Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, hello. How we doing?
Okay, what do we go for music wise? This one. How are we doing? Good morning. Damn, we're getting too many people to mention everyone. Help, help. Counterproductive, what's up? Good morning. Hybrid, Moonman, Strahina, hello, hello. Kidney Stoner. Wait, is it actually Kidney Stoner? I'm like Sydney Stoner. Oh my god. No. AK Sydney Stoner, right? Oh god, it's not Kidney Stone. Murph, what's up? Yo, Murph, what's up? Shupsy, Veldogs, what's up? Rakas, Snooty, Bongwater Face Wash is here as well. Oh my god. Lost Viking, what's up, everyone? We're getting too many people. We're getting too many people to mention everyone. Shakaz, Lagad, Lost Viking, Nexus, Asgold, Wild, Toad. Oh my god. We're getting too many people in here. Can you all leave again? Good evening from Australia. Oh yeah, you're not the only one. You're not the only one from Australia. We have so many Australians in here. It's the time zone. It is the time zone I'm streaming in. So, newest... I just uploaded, that's why stream is a little bit late today. I just uploaded the newest update to the build here. Because yesterday, obviously a lot of people were asking for it. Also added it to the mobalytics, so there's a new version in the mobalytics CoC Blood Mage now. So everything is up to date now on this version. I should mention again though, I think I said it like 10 times in the video. Or I mentioned it like 10 times in a row. How expensive this is. Reaching 1,000 is gonna be very expensive. Amy!
Stay here. I'll be back.
Amy with the resub! Thank you so much. 2 months already.
You son of a bitch.
Why is this emote called Ebola? Dylan! What is happening? Everyone good? Okay, perfect. I don't even know. I don't really know what the plan is for today. I kind of just want to do like content, I guess. I have a lot of simulacrums, I think. Yeah, I have 21 simulacrums. Other than that, we might just finish some maps on the Atlas. We might go onto the Titan as well at some point. We'll see. Rebola means twerk in Portuguese. Ah, okay. Wait, there's a word for twerking in Portuguese? I don't think there's a word for it in German. It's just like twerking. And usually we have a word for everything, so that's weird. Wait, damage with bow skills. Wait, is that... I have no idea about quivers. It's a good one to start Exile Exchange on. Okay, we already also start off with a Corruption. Ice Mage when? Soon. Soon. It didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to be. And the version that is probably the most efficient or the best version of it, Lexio did a very, very good version on that. And I don't want to just copy him and then pawn it off as my own. So, yeah, I will keep trying to innovate on that one. But so far, his version seems to be very, very good. Okay, we already start off with the Corruption. Because for the video I just did, I did a Zesht. Okay, 112. What happened? Oh, second socket, I didn't even see it. Oh god. Yeah, these are nothing, right? These don't cost anything anymore, I think. These don't really cost anything anymore. 1 chaos. 2 days ago uploaded, 1 chaos. Yeah, that's... Okay. Also, what is this? Okay, nope. Question about the aura bit build. Anybody from party can start maps or only aura bot owner? No, anyone. Anyone. Anyone from the party. The most important thing is that you all stay close to the aura bot, because you need to stay close. You need to stay close, depending on how much presence there is. When are you gonna Vaal your wand in preparation for next patch? +7 lightning wand? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of stuff to sell. Let's just say that. I need to liquidate a little bit before the patch hits, actually. I need to liquidate a lot. Do it? Oh, you did it? Oh my god. Dude, yours is ridiculous, Rack. Yours is ridiculous. It has the extra lightning damage. Mine doesn't have the extra lightning damage. Mine just has higher crit hit, crit chance, spell damage. Yeah. Yours is ridiculous. With the second socket, oh my god. You bought this for 90D last night? What? Oh, it had hybrid mana and spell damage, and then you 2 whittles. Okay. Wait, what did you whittle on there? What did you whittle on there? Lightning damage? Okay. Oh my. Yeah, that's insane. That's insanity wand. Okay, I need to get rid of all these rings. I need to get rid of all of these. Do we reforge them? Still can't get close to 80k spike DPS? I mean, 80k is rough. How? How would you get to 80k? I'm at 62. That's with Pierce. Yeah, I'm at 62. Thought you had 80k? No, 62. I don't think 80k is like... It says 80k on the pop. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's still some visual things. Okay, reforge. We're reforging breachings, I guess. Starting off with amazing content already. I always die. What do I do wrong? Build from mobalytics. Cap res almost 3k yes. That is your answer. You have 3k yes. You will die from time to time with 3k yes. That is gonna happen. Why and how? I would need more information. What base, what essence did you use on base breaching to start off? Electricity. LeFrog, you can, I uploaded the breach ring crafting session from yesterday, if anyone is interested. I tried to cut it down as much as I could. It's still over an hour, but like 40 minutes of that is us just whittling and like omen crafting that last ring. So most of this stuff is like under half an hour, I think. I can post it again here. It's on my YouTube. I don't know. Okay. And yes. Also, the new build video for this version of the Blood Mage is also uploaded. I would be super happy for the algorithm if we can get some like a tiny, like a click on like, maybe even a comment. That would be amazing for the nice YouTube algorithm. What is your belt stats? It is 2930 Maximum energy shield corruption. Yeah, that's it. Increased charm charges gained, reduced charm charges used. I learned yesterday that those are very important because otherwise you only have 2 charm slots. Or two usable charms. Which is probably and hopefully a bug still, right? It's probably a bug, right? There's no way that is intended. You could hear your sanity slowly draining as the video goes on. Yeah, it's not my thing. I have to say this whole, like the whole, like crafting, hideout warrior stuff. It's just not my thing. I make like 90% of my currency with non-gameplay as well, but different. Different. Because I just do flips on the side basically. I set up live searches and I just find stuff that is too cheap listed and then I flip it. That's mainly what I do. I couldn't do the whole like sitting in hideout all day and crafting and just it just yesterday seemed like a slot machine. But I'm very, very thankful to Farmer for showing me this because we will in the end end up crafting some stuff. Yes. We will end up crafting some stuff. Because obviously we get breach rings from time to time and then we do have to craft from time to time, right? Okay. And what is here? Okay. These items are going to good use? Yeah, Pilchy. Yes. Yes. They are. I'm actually using the chest right now because I'm trying it out right now. What feels better, having 1,000 more energy shield or having a faster energy shield recharge. But yeah, the focus, dude. Dude, the focus. This is ridiculous, man. This one is ridiculous. I actually used it now for the new iteration of the build here, and I already put it into the build today. Val focus. You say that with everything. You guys say that with everything. I'm supposed to Val everything. So Pilchy, you basically helped with reaching this here. So I'm now at 100% crit and 1067 critical damage bonus. And this is even lower than it actually is. In the pop it says like 1200 or something. So yeah, it went to a good cause. And I updated the mobalytics as well, so yeah. Right. Thank you guys for the comments, by the way. I'm just seeing that. It's actually I can always see it on the YouTube. It's actually insane how much it actually YouTube pushes a video when a video gets likes and comments like very fast. It's always it's insane to see every time. When there's actually like comments and likes on the video, YouTube just decides, oh, okay, this gets engagement, let's push this. Thank you. Oh, this is a white one. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, this is also a white one. What am I doing? Oh, this also. Oh, God. Oh God, I forgot a bunch of white ones yesterday, I guess. I didn't hit them. Okay, let's check them. 20 rarity. Low, I mean, I'm just gonna low effort slam some of these. Slam some of these, I think. Why is it lagging when I... Oh my God, it's lagging. Huh? Did you guys see this? Why is it lagging? Oh, you say regal and then reforge? Inventory is super laggy. Okay. You say regal and reforge, not reforge, like with this one again. This is not bad. One to 14, bad. Oh, 1 to 39, no. It's up to you. Best one is to reforge them as magic, then a slime with greater essence. Okay. Yeah, I think I reforge them as magic. I keep those. I keep those. I think I reforge them as magic, and then we look for good ones, and then we slam with greater essence if we actually hit something. Damn, this is part 2 of breach ring crafting, I guess. Always some more clicking to do. Mr. Crabman strikes again. It's my favorite skin. What can I tell you? It is my favorite skin. It's just amazing. It is just... There's no competition. It is the best skin. I want to be the very best crafter that no one ever was. To craft them is my real test. To sell them is my cause. And to ladder is just market dead. What the fuck do you mean? You made a funny joke. Gotta craft them. Oh. Oh, my voice. Oh my god. I shouldn't sing. You are Ash. So, Goom, you're saying you're Ash Craftum? That's a good one. Yes. Say market dead with a Pokemon sound? I don't know. What? Okay, we AUG again. Oh, did you guys see the interview yesterday? Because I didn't so far. Should we watch it on stream? Would we be interested in watching that on stream? While doing some random stuff? Watch it on stream? Haven't watched it yet? Okay, that's enough for me. Okay, a bunch of people haven't watched it yet. Okay. Let me get to the YouTubes. Let me get to the YouTubes. Then we do a... Let me do a window capture. Do it like this. Where do we put it? Like up here?
Hey Exiles, welcome to another episode of the Still Sane podcast. Today I am joined by the game director on Path of Exile 2 and Grinding Gear Games co-founder, Jonathan Rogers. First of all, man, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. Certainly, had a good sleep. I'm happy. I'm ready to roll. So should be okay.
Well, that's awesome to hear, and I'm glad you're not feeling tired today. You got some good rest last night. All right, kids and wife not keeping you up or anything. So I gotta ask, I'm curious. Right now we have obviously patches coming out consistently for 0.20 for PoE2. We have the return of Zana in Path of Exile 1. We have the League releasing on June 13th. What are the vibes right now like at Grinding Gear Games compared to, let's say, the launch of 0.20 Dawn of the Hunt? How you feeling?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then. But to be honest, it's kind of like the people who feel the pain.
What is this,
are
an
not,
interview
like,
for
when
ants?
obviously, there's a lot of people who are unhappy, and not necessarily like most of the team, right? Because I mean, most of the team consists of, like you've got artists and sound designers, everything like that. I mean, what they see is like, everyone in love with the stuff that they're making. So like in terms of I guess the people
Not much
who
stuff to
people
see
are mad
anyway.
at
Yeah,
when
that's
people are mad
kind
are
of my
like
point
the kind
here.
of core group of like 5 people who are kind of doing balance decisions, and so those are the people who kind of feel the pain. The rest of the team's kind of fine and chill, and it's all good. They're happy. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of excitement for like for how things are going. And I guess one of the nice things now is we kind of feel like we're finally getting our feet in terms of being able to develop both games simultaneously. Like we had a lot of trouble for a long time there, actually kind of balancing that. And it's like now we're finally kind of rolling, like things are working out. Like I think we sort of found the way that we can make this sustainable. Like I sort of hesitate to say that we're like quite at that point just yet, because like we're still obviously in the early phases. But if we can be launching a PoE 1 expansion, and if we can also at the same time be creating PoE 2 patches, I think that means we're kind of in a good place. So there's always going to be some level of like intermixing and kind of things that go on there, but I think that we're in a much better place than what we were before, and that means that like we're sort of ready now to be like, okay, we're actually getting the way we're doing development in a better place. So, I mean, just to sort of talk about this, I mean, I was going to say this at the start of the, the live stream for PoE 1, but I suppose I might as well just say it now. So basically, like, in the past, well, not in the distant past, we always had like, the deadline is locked, the features are not, right? Like that's the way that that we want things to be. And the reason why you do that is because you can't lock both, right? You can't say this is the time and these are the features there will be, right? Because there's always development, things happen, right?
Yes.
So effectively, if you want to lock the features, you can't lock the date, and if you want to lock the date, you can't lock the features. And so basically, we in the further go past were always locking dates, but then, like, as we sort of had PoE 2 in development, we started to get to a point where we were locking features instead. And I think honestly that kind of wasn't the best. It kind of means that you're in a situation where when dates aren't predictable, like players don't know what's going on, and also you can't communicate with the players about when things are going to happen. Because because we don't know, right? It's like, well, the feature has to happen. The huntress has to make it in. We don't know when it's going to be ready. We can't announce the date until the point where we know that that's happening, right? All I can do is give a vague estimate. So now, and I think this is going to be much healthier for PoE 1 as well.
Did you say the ring? What ring?
We know when things are going to be. Like if something doesn't get done, we just won't put it in. We'll put it in the next one.
Oh, that's what you mean.
So
no,
I
just
that's a
logged
much better
on.
way
So
of doing
not
development.
yet.
So what that means is, we've
Not
got
yet.
The PoE 1
These
release,
sometimes
coming
take a little bit to sell.
That's in June, and then we'll have
Minus
the
50
PoE 2
D-ring.
release 2 months after that, so 4 months from one to the other. But then we know we're locking in already. Like there'll be another PoE 1 release 4 months after the PoE 1 release that we have, right? That'll be locked in, and then we'll have another PoE 2 release 4 months.
That's
after
actually
that in
insane
December,
that
right?
they
So we're basically saying
adhere to
we're doing
the
4
cycle
months. It's
now.
going to be consistent. It's going to always be the case.
wow.
Like we don't want to have
The
this kind
PoE
of
1 crowd
uncertainty
better be
around this
happy
anymore.
about what he's just
And,
saying here.
The other thing that locking dates does is it kind of does,
Because he's
act as a
actually
forcing function of,
committing
like,
to a
you
4-month
actually do
cycle
need
for both games now, right? That's insane.
To make sure you're actually shipping something.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a very important element of that. So effectively, like the change in development model there, like back to locking dates, I think is just going to be way better.
I think a lot of Path of Exile players are going to appreciate that. And man, you answered both of my follow-ups with that. People are very excited to hear 4 months leaks. I do hear a little bit of an echo, Jonathan. I just want to point that out right now.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you need to go down a little.
Just because everybody's going to hear it just a
can
little
you,
bit more.
Yeah, can you lower his volume down a little? Sweet. Yeah. All right,
Good.
all good.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's extremely exciting. Like, people have been yearning for the 4-month cycles again instead of the almost year long. It didn't make it to the meme. Did you guys consider
Video's great. That's all I needed.
Extending it like 1 more month just for the meme? But the one, no.
It still has some educational value, I think.
Our priority has just been like, no, we need to get a PoE 1 expansion out ASAP, right? Like we really want to make sure we're getting that as soon as possible.
The PoE 1 crowd
broke
better
glass
be
in
happy
case of
about what he
emergency.
just said
Like,
and
all
is
right,
saying
Donna,
here right now,
it's time
because
for you to come back. All right, here we go. Right,
that is huge already. This is already like huge what he just said.
One related real question I had. Thanks so much for answering it right off the top. We'll get right into the Path of Exile 2 stuff, because all that is super exciting. But Path of Exile 2, man, it's been out since December. Okay, so we're at about 6 months at this point. I'm really curious about some of the stats around this. We obviously see numbers related to Steam, right? We almost hit 600,000 concurrents on Steam. I'm curious, though, because I'm one of the maybe dozens, correct me if I'm wrong, of people who play on the standalone. And then we obviously have the console audience as well. What has been like the numbers and reception on those platforms compared to Steam? Is it similar or
it's also a good question. It's interesting.
It is smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So effectively, I think we had around it was
not that much smaller.
Currency for 010 was something like 890 or something like that. Like by the time for all the people on that one, so that's kind of where you sort of ended up. Console's definitely smaller. You know, and I was actually talking about this recently because I was kind of wondering like why you know, like why, like, so console I think is now about okay, well, there's another story behind this, but I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20.
Hello.
The answer to why we don't know the exact number is kind of another story, but that's a side note. But yeah, it's sort of between 15 to 20, and I think it could be larger. I sort of have a feeling that like console players are not as into early access as PC players are, so I think that could be an element. So we'll see about that. But yeah, effectively, we sort of had about like 890-ish, something like that around 010. And then
Charlie, turn it off and see if it works. Like, okay, turn it off for maps, and then see if it feels good.
Dip,
just do the eye test
to the first launch, right? So like it was going to go down. So my estimate was that we
have 1,000 crit bonus. Yes, 1,067 actually.
And we ended up getting about 485. So it was like pretty close to what I was expecting.
Oh my god, this is a lightning roll. Kind of, oh my god.
That was pretty much around what I was expecting. So like I was pretty happy with
T1
that.
Lightning.
So that's kind of where we ended up with that stuff. Now, you know, obviously the numbers will be larger when we actually get in full release, and then you know there'll come a point where, like, you know, instead of shrinking each launch, you'll be growing each launch. It kind of like changes, you know, how these.
That's
things
nearly
work.
1068, right?
So you know, that's sort of what I imagine to happen. But it'll be really interesting to see what happens with 030. I've got my predictions.
T1 Lightning, T1 Int. Ooh, actually, oh my god.
Well, that's very cool. I'm curious. I'm not able to like pay.
Yeah, that's a greater essence of battle, right?
Other realms, of course, because we have U.S. and Europe and Korea on one realm, and then we have the Chinese realms.
Yeah, I just saw these. I don't care anymore.
Over there too, yeah, right.
No, it actually didn't. So they're not out there yet. So there's a lot of people in China who are just playing on the international servers because they're just they use a VPN or something like that.
There are a lot of people in China playing here.
Yeah, it's not actually officially out there.
Thank God, the market would be dead otherwise.
We're actually it won't be too far away. I can't give you a date. Not that it necessarily matters
to
you.
do fire of,
but for all the people in China, it obviously matters a lot.
Cold of fire.
But it is going to be coming. It's not too much further away. I'm actually going to be taking a trip to China in a few weeks. We're going to chat to some of the players there, and have a chat, and so hopefully they'll be pretty interested to see when that release is going to be coming out.
Right? Is it going to be paid like the
version,
true. Or is it going to release directly?
Yeah, it'll be exactly the same. Exactly the same thing. The price will
should
be
I do fizz, cold, or fire?
But I thought I mean. It's funny because like Tencent were ultra keen for it to be free there because they're like, oh, like in China people don't pay to play games. And I'm kind of like, look, it would be so unfair to the rest of the world if in China it was free and in the rest of the world it wasn't for this period. So basically I was like, okay, it just has to be.
Well, I've got news for you. You're mine now.
Jigsaw.
You belong to me.
As I said, the pricing will vary a little bit.
Okay, that's it. Yeah,
you're not gonna have your mommy stand behind you anymore.
Sorry. Jigsaw, thank you so much.
It's time now to turn this mush into muscles.
We're just watching the interview right now while I'm doing like hideout warrior stuff. Thank you, Trixa. Welcome.
Well, cool to learn. That'll be interesting to see what the reception is like over there. Okay. Awesome note. Okay. Here's another kind
fire
of
cold will roll flat,
really
increase res all res, yeah.
So recently you guys have been
we do
I
do cold
to do with the game, such as
I
volatile
feel better
plants,
with cold.
which are totally 95% of my deaths. Okay, they're apparently 50% of all endgame deaths in the endgame, and then like 1/3
Okay, we ready?
I'm curious, what are there any other surprising stats like that?
Fuck.
And
oh my
are you
god,
using these stats in some surprising ways? I'd be
god, that's so bad. Okay, one exiled.
So we traditionally have actually not been a very
And
data-driven
frag.
company.
Come on, give
we're
me-
more
give
about
me the
just play
frag.
game and see what it's like.
Tier
but
1.
recently, we did actually get a data person. They're really, really great. You know,
Oh, no,
like
no.
they
Okay, I
play
shouldn't have done that.
PoE, so like, you know, they know what they're looking for. Because this was always the worry I had, like getting data people. It's like, oh, you know, they're not going to really know what they're doing and stuff. So, you know, this data person's really, really good. You know, yeah, so we're getting stats like this. Now,
Crafted
I
these?
have to say, like, we could be getting a lot more about that, but stuff like the Volatile Prance thing was ridiculous. But I don't think I've got anything else to really talk to you about right now. Like, if there's anything really surprising, we probably will make a post about it, because, yeah, that one was crazy. But it's like, honestly, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't look at that sooner. Like, it's kind of crazy that... that we let that go on for as long as it did. Like we checked like ages ago, like back, you know, in 010 days, there were things that we checked, but like it was really only surprisingly recently they're like, hang on a second, what is actually killing people? Let's actually find that out, because yeah, and so yeah, it seems silly that we wouldn't have looked at that, but yeah, when we saw that, it's like, geez, you know, something needs to change about that. So yeah, it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on you know, how the game plays.
Right.
And you know, and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots of the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, you know, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low, and I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know, I mean, it is supposed to be harder to get, like there's various things like that, and it's like, okay, well, the actual problem isn't necessarily, I mean, maybe there still is a problem with that, but like the actual problem isn't necessarily that chaos res is too low. The problem is you've got this one frickin' mechanic that does chaos damage that's just like outsizedly killing people due to, you know, how powerful it is. So
Right.
you know,
It started with volatile crystals, and then it was volatile plants. And you guys did make changes. I think it was in the first 01 patch, 011. You gave it like an audio cue. I swear, it killed me more. I don't know what to say about it, but so I'm interested to see what changes are
I'm so good at this.
in 021 related to them. So.
right. Well, I mean, I want to, now that we've kind of gotten like an easy way to check this stuff, like we'll probably just have a check again about what's killing people and, you know, like check on that a bit more regularly.
What I will say, by the way, is already in this interview, I already feel like Jonathan seems so much more comfortable, to be honest. And he's already like, as a result of that, he seems so much more open. I think in the Gazi and like, what is his name? Microtransaction guy video. He seemed like very closed off at a certain point because I think he got kind of pissed. I think he got kind of pissed in that one, and he kind of closed off a little bit. And he seems so much more comfortable here because the questions are just better. I think,
we should
in
be
my
doing
opinion,
more of that stuff. It's just that, like,
I think the Scissorin interview was fine. To be honest, I think the Scissorin interview was fine. I think that was fine. Ziz did I think Ziz did a fine job. He was just way more like critical and pushy. Was pretty antagonistic. Yeah, exactly. And try and you gotta give it up to Scissorin for doing that. But also, I feel like this is a perfect example of a interview so far that doesn't have to be antagonistic, but you still get like very, very open and good answers, right? You don't have to be antagonistic to actually get stuff to talk about. Like, he's super open here. He already revealed like some stuff he didn't so far without Try actually being like, please say it. I think this is actually why Try is amazing at this. You can definitely see that Try has been doing a podcast for a long time now. He's really good. And also,
you can kind of just like,
sorry for talking over. And also, I just know from talking to Try over the last few days as well and seeing him in our Discord, where we have a Discord with like some content creators. He did so much preparation and work on this. He vetted every single question he's about to answer here. He vetted everything. He like showed us all the questions he's doing. He asked us for questions. He asked every single of the creators in the Discord to ask the community for questions. So yeah, I think already, without like glazing too much, I think this is already like so much. This is like 12 minutes in. This is already better interview than any of the ones before, in my
various
opinion.
things that just happen to have gone way or the other. And it's like if you look at enough data, you'll find weird outliers sometimes, but maybe those aren't actually important. Like sometimes they can just be outliers. So that's why I'm always
He's been getting roasted also. Yeah, people are saying he's just glazing PoE and he's just glazing Jonathan, and people are just stupid.
What number is going to make you make
He's
a decision about this?
mentioning a lot of critiques of the game as well.
Seeing the numbers shouldn't really be the thing that informs that. It should be that, like, okay, if it's above this, it's bad. If it's below that, it's okay, kind of thing. You know, like that should be the stuff you should be knowing before you actually check, because otherwise it can influence. You know, you can kind of like endlessly look at the stuff and it can drive you crazy.
I'm just going to YOLO these, by the way.
You know,
I don't think there's anything
that's
here
kind of
that
why I sort of view it that way.
Is
yeah, you know, I mean,
T1
obviously here was very important to see
though.
that because you know, that was a big one.
I know you said you don't have anything.
This one is T1
curious
Fizz.
to share now, but are there any other like vectors you're looking at for alarming things besides stuff that's killing players? Just anything else in the game?
Fuck. I mean,
Well,
let's
the thing I'm
YOLO
doing a
roll
big
this.
data investigation for now actually is I need a better understanding. So like obviously there's got tons of people complaining about lag and disconnects and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like we've actually just like a couple of days ago, I haven't even had a chance to check it yet, made like a new data dashboard for seeing basically by data center and ISP where the problems are, because the problem is that if you look at things that as an absolute rate, it's like it's pretty minimal. But so what I suspected is like, oh, you know, if you're on this ISP, if you're at this particular data center, if you've got those kinds of things, like that's where you've got problems. So we need to start investigating those like individual cases and start kind of, you know, getting on ISP's cases and saying, hey, look, this router is constantly.
Zero hard questions he asked. This is like paid GGG interview. Dude, it's 14 minutes in. He asked 2 questions. What do you mean? We're 14 minutes in. Also, what would you ask then? I'm asking you. What your first question be then? What's a hard question by definition? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I would like to know what your first question would be. My first question would be, the Atlas Tower are extremely bad and tedious. That's not a question, dude. What? That would be your first question. Your first question would be, Jonathan, the Atlas and towers are bad. What? Yes, they are. I'm not doubt. Okay.
Having the problem at this time, that kind of stuff. And so we need to start sort of getting into that kind of level of understanding. So we've started now, yeah, like breaking down, like when you log in, like we.
Dude, you don't get my point. You don't get my point. What do you mean? I don't disagree with you. I think the tower and Atlas system is also not ideal and it's bad. Yes. You don't get the point of what I'm saying to you. That is still not the way. That is not a question. That is not how you like conduct an interview. I don't disagree with you. I think the tower system needs improvement. Yes. That's still not how you do an interview. That's not, you said this is a paid interview because he's not asking us questions, and then you said your first question is going to be a statement about the tower system. Dude. Also making change. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're saying right now. Like what you're saying is that is not questions. That is not questions. You're making like subjective statements about how you feel about something. That is not that is not an interview, my man.
You're with, we look at what data center you're connecting to, and then we're like recording basically on each like pair of those, like data center and ISP, like what the disconnection rate is. If there's some kind of spike, we can look.
Okay, what do we say about this frag?
That kind of level of thinking about that stuff, and so I'm hoping that with that we should be able to improve some of that stuff soon.
Since we're on it too, I was going to ask about this later.
Optimal thing is to fracture is lightning and fire. Okay, not fracture fizz. Okay,
because I know a lot of people.
So
are
that
still
definitely
talking about that.
Right. So that's definitely has been a problem. We have been improving the situation with that by like, you know, basically just working with the data centers and saying, hey, like, you know, what can you do? They've started adding a few extra things. I don't want to talk too much about exactly what that is because that obviously informs people to like, you know, how to potentially get past it.
So I don't fracture this. I just YOLO this.
But I like I wouldn't say that the DDoSing is like most of the problem anymore. Like they still happen, right? Like they definitely happen, but I wouldn't say that's like most of the problem. So I'd say that there are other issues. I mean, they're yeah, as I said, they still happen, but it really is. I think it really is more down now to looking at individual routes, like like working with the data centers to see like what the pairing is like between these different networks and stuff like that. It kind of is like the devil's in the details with the stuff.
I think I cut my losses here. This one is actually not bad.
Didn't have as many data centers when we started PoE 2. We expanded into more data centers.
I just cut it here
just for the scale that we were talking about, and like the pairing for the other data centers, we worked for years with providers, like complaining about individual routes and talking about individual things, and so it kind of meant that got to a point of stability. Just as we've gone to new data centers, there's just teething problems of like, okay, like these particular things aren't working well. So yeah,
oh my god, it hit.
We just need to do that work again and like go over it. But honestly, it's been so long since we actually were needing to worry about that stuff that I think we got out of practice on it, and so it's just something we need to get better at again, of just like working with all those providers.
That's good to hear. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is a little bit of a spicy topic that I'd like to chat about. Okay, so all these patches for 0.2 have been great. They're bringing quality of life changes to the game, new content to the game with the chase items that we're going to talk about pretty soon. There's one aspect of the game that has not been touched in any of these subsequent patches past like launch week, and that's character balance. And I know you've talked to other people in the past.
See, this is the
reason you're not doing character balance.
What do you mean? This is actually like this is. I wouldn't call this a hard question, because what's the definition of a hard question? But this is a contentious question he's asking. What character balance? Like, hello? Like, this is the second question he's asking, and he's already like being a little bit contentious. Is that the word? Like, about character balance? No?
People had a very strong reaction during that initial.
You also address maps, yeah.
I'm curious if your thoughts on that might be changing, or if maybe there's a little bit of a different approach you can take to insert some changes to skills or the passive tree or other stuff during these patches, since like reception seems to be, I think, a lot better than initial launch. What are your thoughts on it?
Look at this one, by the way.
So if you're talking, there's two sides to this coin, right? There's the nerf and there's the buff.
Yes, exactly.
If you're talking about nerfs, you just can't do it, right? Like, you just actually can't. And the reason you can't, and it's like, even aside from whether or not people would be accepting of that, there is just this feeling you get when you go into a league and someone nerfed your build that you were playing already. You just feel like, my character is screwed, and like sure, you can respec, you can do these other things, but
people
it still just has this feeling
did an
like
interview
the game,
in their life.
just
This
like,
is
you were standing on a chair,
I'm not going to get into
under you.
it.
Like, no matter, I think, what tools you give
No.
people for respecing, people just don't like sure, people can say, oh yeah, I guess I could respec, but like, it just isn't great. It just feels bad, like it just is something that it isn't
cutting
fun.
losses here.
Now, if you're talking about buffs, I actually am willing to do buffs mid-league. It is something we're willing to do. Now, the issue there is just literally the bandwidth for people who can do that kind of balance. Like, we really would need more of them in order to do character balance changes in the middle of the league. So effectively, the people who work on character balance are now working on PoE 1, right? There aren't many of them. There's really, I would say, 2 people who completely sight unseen can just make balance changes. There's a few more than that who can do it with like, a lot of checking and so on. And it's like, if those people are working on PoE 1,
how you doing?
Then we can't do like those kinds of easy things on PoE 2. So what that'll mean is, as soon as PoE 1 comes out, the expansion, immediately we're going to start doing patches for PoE 2, like even mid-league for some of that balance stuff. So like, you're going to see in 0.2.2, 0.2.3, you'll probably see like a bunch of that kind of stuff happening, because at that point we can start doing it. So yeah, like that really is a problem. And honestly, if it is so hard,
doing good, same here,
to get someone to the point where they can do those kinds of things. It is like one of the hardest things, and I myself am not at the point where I can just make balance changes without someone checking it. Like, it's like I can balance things for the early game, but those like subtle late game things are like seriously.
I watched your whole interview. He does tackle the tower issue. Yeah,
the amount of stuff you have to know, and the amount of stuff you have to understand, like in order to know what's really going to happen there. So it's like, and that's really tough. And the thing that is
we're getting there,
bad about that, especially, is that like, I can get something to feel good, like in the at the early game myself, but it's like if we're talking about like that later scaling stuff, like the stuff you need to really make it so that you've got the good build variety and you've got all that stuff, like that takes a lot of work. And I feel like we underestimated how much time that would take. But it's funny because looking back,
I didn't have this ring up for a price. Oh god,
it took to actually get PoE 1 into a really good place in this regard was a long time. Like it was a long time. Now I don't think it will necessarily take us that long again. Like I think we do. There's some benefit of experience that we have, but it's certainly something where it's like to actually get a skill to the point of scaling into endgame correctly, it does take quite a lot of effort. And I think there was another sort of mistake as well we were making here is that like because in PoE 1 the expectation was like every skill can be your primary skill.
Yeah,
it meant that we paid more attention when thinking about each skill of like, okay, how is this exactly going to become the only skill you're using at endgame? Which wasn't like completely technically true, but it was kind of like there were definitely like most skills were kind of designed like this is your skill, right? This is the one you're using. With the comboing stuff, I feel like we actually
lost sight of that, season almost a year then? No.
A bit
what?
Too much.
Almost
the
a year?
assumption kind of
Dude,
was,
what's happening
you're using all sorts of different skills, so you don't have to worry too much about
That's 4 months. That's not almost a year.
I feel like that was actually a mistake because what it sort of meant is that we had our eye off the ball a little bit of like, okay, how can this skill actually become good enough to be used in game? And the reason why you're seeing all these build variety concerns really is because of the fact
that's the normal cycle for PoE. Dude, that was the normal cycle for PoE leagues always. PoE 1 leagues were 3 to 6 months. Talking over interview, yeah, I will just not
this is
engage.
something we really want to fix. Like definitely, like we're gonna do some fixing for this in during 020, like after PoE 1's out, we're gonna be doing some of this. But a lot of it is gonna come in 030. Like this is a major objective basically for what 030 is gonna be doing is like fixing this problem, making sure that more stuff scales in the endgame to make it endgame viable. And like that's something that I think that we didn't think about really enough during 020, especially like that, and that I think was probably like a huge part of why the reception for that was. I mean, there were various reasons, right? But that was a thing I think that is like a major reason why 020 didn't land as well as it should have. So like that stuff there, it's like so basically we're just going to be paying a lot more attention to that stuff, and like I've already got like various ideas. Like in some cases, it's going to also have to involve skills. Like it might be that for some archetypes there just isn't currently a skill that really is like the in-game like level of scaling, the level of like AoE sort of clear stuff that you need. Like some archetypes just don't have that, and so that's something that we need to fix by either changing radically how a skill works or adding new skills to make that happen. So that's kind of a real focus of that. And what I am now also saying, especially now with the new development model, like, okay, the data's fixed, the content is not. That might mean that the class we are planning on adding might not make it. Now, I think it will, but if it had to not make it in order to make it so that all of the rest of the classes we already have are good, then we will do that trade-off. And that is not the mindset we were in when we were coming up to 020. It's kind of like the class is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary, which I think in retrospect was the wrong way to look at things.
Yeah.
So now it's like the existing experience of the existing classes is the pinnacle thing. Everything else is like, we'll do it if we can. And obviously we have to still be adding lots of content. And there's the whole side of the company that makes, new areas and, like new monsters and all that stuff, right? That's all sort of just going on. But in terms of like character work, right? The focus is more now on like make sure that the existing classes are good and make sure that experience is good than it is on make sure there is a new class. So, like that's a change, I would say, in how we look at things.
No, that sounds like a substantial change, especially with being okay with buffing things mid-league. That's how, as soon as this cycle. Awesome.
Thanks for the chaos lich.
I want
Awesome.
to push question just a little bit on the nerfing end. Okay, so the buffs sound great with nerfs. Let's take pull it out of a hat. Lightning
Buff
spear.
mentioned.
Oh my god. Okay, so say lightning spear. I think a lot of people very quickly came to the either realization or the opinion that lightning spear was like the only viable skill in Endgame. They moved on very quickly. They started playing other games and just left. People who stayed discovered, okay, actually, lightning spear isn't the only viable thing. There's all this other stuff you can try out. But because it ran rampant through the community, like a lot of people just decided, okay, I play lightning spear and there's no reason to even try anything else, and then they quit.
Yep, you're right. It was really bad.
So I'm curious, do you think that outweighs the negatives of perhaps doing a mid-league nerf onto that while providing like a respec, saying, hey, lightning
I
spears.
understand. Look,
Yeah, I'm just curious.
I'm with you in theory completely, right? I do understand that, but in practice, we would not be getting any friends, right? Like the people who you say leave because they're done because they did lightning spear and
Would have left anyway.
Those same people would have been done instantly if we had nerfed it. Like I really don't think that they would have moved on, and it's just one of those things that like it's just the reality of this is just so harsh in terms of like how that works.
So for example, I think like was it the cast on crit change in 0-1? Was that like evident in the like player graphs essentially? Like when you saw that happen?
Well, I mean, absolutely. Like, I mean, not even just graphs, just reactions and everything, right? Like, it is, that kind of stuff. It's really harsh. And look,
because all of these things are fucking worthless.
The mid league nerf it is unfair to someone who is making the character. It really is, and it's like I really do believe that no matter how much respecking and stuff that you allow, it still is the case that people just feel really bad about it. So yeah, it really sucks that kind of thing kind of like screwed with the meta a lot. But even though that happened, I would say that it's not like there weren't still problems. Like, there are more viable things than maybe players say, but then at the same time, there aren't enough viable things for what we want to deliver, right? So, like that's something that we just need to focus on anyway.
Well, bringing up the floor is going to be a great solution, and I'm pretty excited to see those after the 3.26 expansion comes out. Awesome. All right. So I want to stay on the topic of balance for a little bit, but we're gonna tighten it a little bit, the focus. So I want to talk about skill scaling in particular. So for example, like Storm Mages as a skill, they're lightning based, but lightning elemental damage doesn't scale them, nor will projectile damage or anything related to like that archetype. It's just minion damage. Are you guys open to like adding more tags to some of these gems to allow for a little bit more diversity in how you scale some of these more niche skills? Or is there a reason that you guys are like limited a little bit?
I actually am open to that particular case. Like that particular case is one that I was actually heading for, but there's like various pressures for various reasons in the studio about like, how things should work, like making things consistent and stuff like that. And there's also just like complexity of implementation and so on. Like there's a lot of like all of that.
So big A's, that's true, right?
Because we have so many stats,
I think they should absolutely buff stuff.
One of the things that's interesting is
why not, right?
Every stat that existed in PoE 1 is still in the PoE 2 code base. And in theory, a designer they don't want those stats to be broken because like they might want to use them, right? And so what that means is that every single stat sort of like change in the way that thing works. It's like not only are we supporting all the stats that currently exist in PoE 2, but every single stat that ever worked in PoE 1 is also getting maintained in this code base because they're all still there. And so that means it's like the ability to change like one of these things, it actually takes longer than you might expect. But what it does mean is that we've got like a huge pile of stuff that like when we need something, it's like half the time that already exists, right? It's just right there. We just use it. But yeah, it just means that like there's a lot of stuff to do something.
Yes. I want the fire build. I'm with you.
Basically, look, I remember it even came up because when we're like, okay, like when you're using SRS, a lot of people would consider that feels like a spell, right? So therefore, like in PoE, the way that you understand as a PoE player is, that's a minion, so of course it scales this way and all that stuff, and that's fine, right? But like, if you're just a new player just turning up for the first time and you see that, you're probably expecting that your spell damage is going to increase the damage that thing does.
Right.
So, like it's stuff like that kind of means that like, in some ways I would like to make these sorts of changes, but it is a bit of a fight sometimes about like, how that should work. And once again, as I said, it doesn't help that on the other side of that, there's the people saying, well, yeah, but changing this is going to take frickin' ages because we got to change all these stats, right? So they've always got that on their side kind of as an extra part of the argument there. So there's always that thing. So, but the thing is, like, so what you're saying there about changing that is one way we could potentially make some skills scale better. Like, it's an option that we have and one that I'm willing to explore. But like, as I said, I think that it isn't necessarily that one thing. It's sort of many different elements that we can do. Like, it can be changing functionality. It can just be like, like just adding the ability for, just other elements of the skill that can make it, allow it to scale with other stats that we already have without necessarily changing how they work. But I mean, as I said,
have you ever seen tabular body armor? Yes.
Can work, and I am totally open to it for sure.
Awesome. Okay. Good to hear.
Yo, Zach, what's up?
Here's another one that I'm really curious about, because personally, going into PoE 2, I thought I was going to use weapon swap so much, dude, and I ended up not using it. And I think one of the reasons why is because there's that like that weapon swap speed penalty that still exists in the game, and you guys are encouraging combo based.
This is fucking funny to me because these are all like contentious questions. It's not he's not doing softballs. This is not softball question. He's just doing it in a very, very friendly, polite, and very agreeable way. It's almost like that's how you actually do an interview. Thought it was a solid 8 to 10 interview. Yeah, so far, like, this is amazing. This is awesome.
Builds, but at the same time, it's a little discouraged. So I'm really curious, one, about your thoughts on either altering this or removing it.
Right.
Me when I need
Because
to
do
respect
know
the
that there's like 3 passives on the south side of the tree that lowers the amount of time, but that's it. There's no other way to kind of smooth that out.
What I wanted to do was to make it scale with attack speed. But as soon as we said that, we're like, okay. So like the theory was, it sounds so easy, right? You're like, okay, right. So whatever weapon you're switching to, you look at the attack speed of that because you want the local attack speed modifiers to work, right? Like that's the first thing is you can't just use global attack speed. It won't scale enough. It has to work with the weapon that you're actually swapping to. And so then you're like, okay, so sure, you look at the local attack speed mods of that weapon and that should be able to make it work. But then it's like, okay, so what happens then when the thing you're swapping to is a staff? It doesn't have attack speed mods. It's like a different thing. It's like, okay, shit, what do we do now? There's like questions there. So effectively, like there was all these kind of questions around this that kind of came up and then we ended up not doing it, but it's still something to do because I agree that there's a problem. We have to make it so that I don't think we can remove it. And the reason why is because immediately would mean that something like
When I cast my curse with slot 2, it feels fine. Yeah, exactly. Or I blink.
Ability options that other
weapon swap is just like
would probably
most people
become a
just
little
use
bit
it
too
for
easy. If it was
that,
just like
right?
literally 0 swap time, like there's you would just be raking all day, so that's kind of thing.
Why
So
am I
everything
not
else
using
is-
this one, by the way?
would become, and look, you could argue there's a problem with rake and whatever.
Is
that's a
everybody already
separate question.
raking? No.
Yeah, sure. But effectively, look, I agree with you that by the time you get to endgame speeds, you do need like something about that to change. And the way I think is to care about like attack speed and like something, we just need to work out exactly how that can work. And I do think that it is something that I want to try and address in 0.3 if we can. I just need to sort of see like exactly how it can work. But yeah, I agree. There's a problem, and we need to fix it. I will mention that like Mark's playing a build where he's using weapon swap, like like that's so he's kind of like it does work. Like he says like it could be better, but it's not like unviables from his perspective. But look, I think it just probably just needs to be faster with some kind of way of scaling of attack.
Where's
speed.
Mark?
Yeah,
Mark,
I think
Giga
people
Chat.
use it. It just feels a little clunky, especially when you're in endgame and like you want to quickly swap between abilities.
Yeah.
and stuff
As I said,
like-
I'm pretty sure
makes
the
sense.
speed will make a huge difference. That's
100%. Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah.
All right, a little extra question on weapon swap. So there was supposed to be a lock weapon tech coming in 0.2.
Yes.
Not
We
yet.
still haven't done it yet.
Good question again.
We will get there. We'll
Like,
get there.
hello.
I swear it should be in 0.3. It really should. Like hopefully they'll be getting one of those QOL videos before too long with that one in it.
Okay, cool.
It hasn't been finished yet.
Okay, and then staying on weapons just for one more moment. A lot of skills currently, well, like pretty much all skills are locked to a single weapon type. Are you guys open in the future to expanding that range of possibilities? I think like my friend Dreamcore, he used the example of being able to Falling Thunder using a mace and a quarterstaff. It would like open up some cool tech and like unique item possibilities. And everything. Is that something you guys are ever looking to do, or are you firmly
I
one skill, one
don't
weapon?
think that I would. I don't think that I would want to do it like just as a kind of a base feature like that, because like a lot of the identity of the weapons is comes from that. Now, what I do think is important is like, okay, if you want to do something with Falling Thunder, like ideally weapon swap is the way you achieve that. And so if weapon swap isn't good, then that means that synergy isn't going to be good. So like that, I feel is the way to solve that, is just make
You
weapon
get
swapping
chat
better.
back.
That being said, like I do think that you can make things possible using uniques, right? Like you can have a unique mace that lets you use quarter stuff, because that might not necessarily be exactly that combo, but like what I'm saying is you can do stuff like that, and like more uniques is going to really be able to unlock those types of things.
That'd be awesome.
So that just comes down to like making more build enabling uniques that can do that kind of stuff. But I do think it's important to keep the identity of the different weapon
Other
classes.
traffic
and
goal
it's the
yesterday?
weapon swap weird. Just making that better will make it
Funny.
those cross class things more viable.
It was very fun.
I just heard the
Let's just say
animator
that.
screaming from a few rooms away when you said they're going to allow that. So, oh God.
Well, thankfully, it's a lot easier to animate on the PoE2 rigs, so
Thank goodness.
it should. But yeah, as I said, it really is more of a
Video is uploaded
Okay,
if you want to
awesome.
see it.
Well, that sounds cool. All right, so this is on progression and the Atlas
was brutal,
skill
yeah.
tree. So presently, and this is I guess is more of a personal / casual dad gamer question for you. Sorry. Right now, it feels like there was a large time investment in to access not the entire trees, but just the initial like 2 points, maybe,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
To fight your first
100%.
audience for the king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at, and I know you guys have been constantly lowering the amount of time it takes by upping skill balance, making things more common. So I'm wondering, do you think with the new updates you're going to be in a better position?
Thank you for the prime, Otrivine.
Why do you think you were in this position in the first place? Like, did you just miscalculate how long it was going to take people to reach these things? Because it was a lot of time in.
Yeah. There's a few things. So one of them is that for sure, just miscalculating the amount of time, like definitely the case. But the other problem is that we don't have enough content in each of the kind of in-game league mechanics at the moment. Like, I mean, there was supposed to be more breach bosses than just one, right? And like we have the models, right? We've got stuff that we'll do. Like it will happen at some point, right? And it's like all of that stuff exists. It's just that like it isn't in yet. And so it's like what that sort of led to is a situation where you've got this big gulf in the middle of the progression of each of those leagues, right? Like there isn't kind of like you start breach and it's cool when you start, and there's a kind of a big gulf, and then you get to the end of it. It's like there needs to be more of that middle stuff kind of in there to kind of like, you know, fill into, to give you points to kind of have more of that progression going on. And so it's like what I would say is like, to run with that example, it's like I wouldn't consider breach to be finished, right? Like there is more stuff that needs to be there, but to make that a full thing, and that's what we need to be doing, expanding and automate that. So like, I mean, there is tons we would do, right? Like with that stuff. Like the onboarding of it's not good enough. Like there's just it's all the progression stuff around it. It's just not enough content, right? We just need more content. Now, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, I mean, we'll get more of it in 030, but I don't know that I would say it's fixed yet in 030. Like that is something that we will be continuing to add. Like it's one of the things that I think is up there in terms of the tiers of problems that we have, you know, for the end game. But like I would say what I'm saying is like, I think we know what the problem is and we know how to fix it. It's just really the time to make all that content and like get all those bosses and get all that stuff done. So we're you know with each expansion we're chipping away at it, we're adding more stuff, and like that'll get better. But it will just take a little while to just get all of that.
Chest icon on the left of my life flask.
I would just say there's more content that we wanted to add to all of these than what was added, and then therefore that'll come in as we go.
So there'll be like different choke points essentially where you're going to hit these different tiers.
Just got flashback by the lack of Delhi on the map. Yeah, I love it.
If you compare like Breach and PoE 1 to PoE 2, like there's just more stuff going on with it. In terms of like the
Titan extra inventory space.
There's like different types of breach encounters and the different breach bosses and stuff like that. Like there's just more going on. It's like that's the kind of thing you need, and like that level of content is what you need to kind of make it
good morning.
Good.
It's from Titan.
Okay.
More stuff will happen. We'll get there.
I'm on this character, by the way.
But it just takes a little while to get to that point.
Okay.
So you know, like as I said, might not. In 030 we'll make improvements, but I think it's probably more like 040 where that'll really start to come together.
Okay. How do you feel about the dichotomy between something like Breach Splinters, which I'd argue is rather deterministic at this point, versus an audience with a king and accessing the ritual boss and needing to find it in a ritual and defer it? Like, do you guys like that there's differences there, or? I
mean, personally, I do. Like, I like it when content feels different as much as possible. Like, there was certainly discussion, like when we were talking about being able to make, you know, like have it be early, because one of the things we wanted to make sure we're doing is that, like, you know, for the earlier difficulty levels, it's easier to get the audiences and so on. And so then we started talking about, how are we going to do that for ritual? Maybe we need to add splinters to that. And I was kind of like, no, I don't really want to just have it so that every in-game pinnacle just works the same way. Like, I like there to be feeling like there's differences in how they all work. So ideally we can sort of keep the flavor and different sort of ways of interacting with these things if we can.
Okay. I want to throw this in there. Who made the call to vacuum Breach Splinters? Was there anybody who just said, it's time, let's do it?
It was probably Mark, I would say. It wasn't me. But,
kick it, chat, Mike. Let's go. Of course it was Mike.
That was pretty cool change, I got to say. Okay.
Of course it was Mike.
This one has to do with monsters, specifically, Jonathan. And it's something we chatted about in December. And I was really hyped about it. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So when we last talked, you spoke about how
long are we into this league? Like 1.5 months, Tonka.
Will be different compared to rare monsters.
It was April 4th.
The random
so almost 2 months now. Almost 2 months.
That, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game.
I talked over the question. Sorry,
Jonathan. And it's something we chatted about in December. And I was really hyped about it. I'm curious to
2 more months until next. Yeah, it's a 4-month cycle, it seems.
You spoke about how normal and magic monsters will be different compared to rare monsters, not only in terms of the random modifiers that spawn on them, but the fact that, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game. Are those still in game and I'm just
Yeah,
not
I know what you
noticing
mean.
them?
I know what you mean. So
Or-
it didn't actually happen as much as I had expected that to actually happen. So I think there's probably like 3 monsters or something like that ended up actually doing that, and like that was way less than what we expected. Like I know one of them is like the Death Knights have an extra ability and like a few things like that. But you know, yeah. So like there's stuff like that, but it's like it didn't actually happen as much as I wanted. It's one of those things where like if I had time I would go and do a bunch of that stuff, and like we thought we were adding more of them than we actually ended up doing. So that's kind of what sort of ended up happening more is like more of the specific balance sort of happened, but less of the you know, like extra abilities happened. And that I think what the issue is that so effectively there's a lot less monsters that can be rare than can be than the monster set. Like
Right.
a lot of monsters are just disabled from being rare because they don't make a good rare fight. And the intention to fix that is to make it so that when we have a monster where we say this can't be a rare because it's, you know, it doesn't have enough going on with it, that's where we wanted to add a new ability to make that happen. So it really is just more work to do that, but it's sort of hard to make that the thing that's more important than, like, you know, effectively like resources got pulled off and put onto a bunch of other things. And so that's like one of those things I really think I'd like going, but at the moment we just yeah, as I said, it's on like 3 monsters and we need to do more later, I'd say.
All right, I thought I wasn't seeing it, so I just wanted to confirm that. And I was also curious. There are some monsters that instill like fear and horror into people when they play PoE 2. Are there any? Is there any specific one monster that makes you like clench up when you hear it or see it on screen?
I mean,
A lot of people
Funny
hated
thing,
those
like,
vultures that leapt, you know,
Right,
4
right.
screens away. Like people hated those.
I mean, the funny thing in Endgame is it's probably the frickin'
Oh my God, these
quill
boots.
crabs are probably the thing that's the most.
These are fucking.
Or the serpents.
But it's funny. The answer is so different in Endgame versus not. Like in the campaign, my favorite monster is the Eternal Knight. Like I really love that thing. It's just like one of my favorite monsters, just because I like how like the counterplay you have to do with it and that kind of stuff. But you know, in Endgame they just kind of end up dying. It's like doesn't really matter.
I think that was my
But,
first hardcore death. Was to the Eternal Knight.
Right. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Before we get into actual Dawn of the Hunt specific stuff, 2 more questions about the general game. So one of them might be pretty quick. Originally, when you guys were pitching Path of Exile 2, the pitch was every zone is going to have like a boss in it. Now I know right now during early access, not every zone has a boss. Like all of them have like cool encounters and the like, but not all of them have a boss encounter. Is the plan still for every zone to have a big boss, or is it a little bit more dispersed throughout the campaign now?
I want that to happen. I don't know if it'll happen for release or not. Like so we have bosses for these, right? Like all of the areas in the game, we have a boss that's for that area. It's just that not all of them are finished, and you know, it's about getting time to finish making them. So it's kind of like, okay, like certainly the promise of having 100 bosses will be like 100% like over delivered as far as like, you know, getting like once we get to release. As to whether or not every single area will have a boss at release, potentially not. But it's like we do have all the bosses sitting there like waiting to actually just get all the VFX and get all the stuff like there. Like it's just we just have to get them done. So like I eventually we will definitely get there, because, you know, like as I said, the bosses are just sitting there. We just need to freaking make them. You know, like, you know, we have models, we've got rigs, we've got all that stuff. You know, it's just we don't have the animation finished and the VFX done and like all the actual design work that needs to happen to actually make it good. So yeah, like as I said, still the plan. It's just that, you know, there might be other things that feel more important to us to do rather than add a boss to one particular random zone during the campaign. You know,
that makes total sense. Excited to hear though that they're there. They're just waiting for balance. Okay, cool.
Right.
All right. Before we get into the specific 0-2-0 and 0-2-1 balance and additions, I'm really curious. Obviously, you guys are getting a ton of critical feedback to the game, and Mark really likes bingo cards. What is the best place for us to put this feedback? Is it like on your forums, on Reddit, in posts? How do you guys like to consume this best? Especially, you're talking about like an elite cabal of balancers in the game. Like how do they like to read the feedback the best? Like what's the most productive, I guess,
well,
is what I'm asking.
The reason we like the bingo cards is because it forces someone to really consolidate what is the most important things. Like if they're going to make a bingo card, it's like you can't just like kind of go on a rant and have a billion different little things where you kind of don't know what's important. It's like these are actually the things that you are saying are important to us. And so that's kind of the reason why I like that. Now, in terms of like, so we obviously have got our community team. They're reading like all these different places. So like, I'm gonna get feedback like the overall like sentiment of like what people are complaining about the most from them, regardless of kind of where you post it. But in terms of like what I like to consume myself, that's why we like the bingo cards. But also like, you know, like someone who makes a video essay on YouTube, like that's the kind of thing where like I can sort of listen and understand the, you know, like there tends to be like there tend to be like if they're a creator with like you know like a lot of views, I'm going to be paying attention to that stuff, right? So like that stuff is another thing that I like to watch and understand. But as I said, like in terms of just like random people posting, it really doesn't matter where you post because you know our community team will pick it up and they'll get it and they'll find it and deliver it to us.
Okay. More bingo cards. They're coming your way. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So, Dawn of the Hunt, Jonathan. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier with Disengage and Rake, but the spear skills, people loved the mobility that they added to the game. A lot of people are using them on different, you know, builds or classes that aren't actually using the spear for damage and everything, right? With Disengage especially. We saw, you know, the race with like Angermus and everybody else just disengaging through the campaign, right?
Right.
I'm curious, seeing that people really like the mobility the spear has, is this making you guys consider perhaps adding more mobility skills to future weapons, to previous weapons, just to give people more tools to move throughout the game?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what's the feeling of the weapon supposed to be, right? In the case of the spear, you're talking about, you know, a dexterous melee weapon. Like the quarterstaff is not as agile, but it's still more agile compared to the mace. You know what I mean? Like, you know, once swords are in, they're going to be more agile than a mace, but potentially less agile than a spear. Like you're just kind of wanting to get that feeling of like, you know, of each weapon kind of has that feeling. So I mean, look, every weapon type should have some level of mobility, but like the spear really probably is about, you know, like I always want that to be the thing that has the maximum, you know, the maximum mobility.
This focus here is actually steel. I know this might sound stupid, since this is 150. This is actually steel. I wouldn't sell this one for 150. And this one is higher energy shield and higher cold res. Lightning damage, I mean... What's the critical? Higher crit. This focus here for 150, kind of a steal, to be honest, I think.
That's why
and it sounds stupid to say something is a steal when it's 150.
It's pretty darn mobile. I love Thunderous Leap. I'm also curious, just as a brief follow-up, have you guys ever considered more Blink-like spirit gems for dexterity and strength-based classes? Because obviously this is an intelligence gem. We'll get into attributes in just a moment.
Right.
They're sometimes a little tight. Have you guys thought about like a
really
flavorful way to do blinkish abilities on other archetypes?
Blink mentioned.
If that happens, it's probably going to happen on the Dexant
I'm gonna keep
class
this.
that we haven't yet released. Like that's the one that would be in theme.
Oh, am I?
With that kind of ability. So
Shadow
yeah, that's
stepping?
kind of where you'll see that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is a little way out still, but you know, like yeah, there's a lot of design stuff along those lines. I would say for that class.
All right, little tidbits for shadow enjoyers out there. All right. All right, so
66
on from the
for
mobility,
a
front to crafting systems in Dawn of the Hunt. So Dawn of the Hunt introduced a lot of different crafting systems or items to the game. Now, a lot of them are really cool. I'm curious, how do you feel, how much should an average player be engaging with them in Endgame? So I'm not even talking about campaign. I'm talking, you're in the Endgame.
That's also a good question.
How often should I be touching something
Ginger,
like
what's up?
the Recombinator?
Well, Recombinators are in particular like the one that I would say is the most kind of, you know, like it does take a certain level of person to use that, right? Like that is like a for you have to be a bit of a grinder to be able to use that system for sure.
Okay.
So like that one,
right?
I mean, I would say that one is sort of designed to be that way. Like, and it kind of has to be just due to the nature it works. And the funny thing about Recombinators, and I feel like I've said this before, even with the previous designs, that like it is really hard to make something with with that mechanic that both feels like that it's worthwhile for a player while also not completely being ridiculous from the perspective of like making the item game too easy. And it's like it's really hard to get into a place where you've kind of got like both of those two things. Like the benefit that recombination gives you compared to using other types of crafting methods is actually ridiculous, but yet it also feels completely like the chances are incredibly tiny to a player.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where you sort of always ends up like that. And we sort of had trouble with recombination a few times. As to whether or not players should use it more, I mean, we sort of the target was that people would be using it like once per expedition, and I guess I don't know if we've like completely succeeded at that.
Oh, okay.
So you know, yeah, like that's kind of one of those things. But yeah, that one I would say is definitely one of the harder ones. Like for the other ones, like we want a variety. Like some of them you should be using all the time. Some of them you should be using much more rarely. You know, we're about to add a bunch of these new runes and things like that. You know, like those ones are kind of intended to be like, you know, like they're a thing you want to find, like they're rarer, like, you know, they're cool chase drops to find that. Those would be relatively rare, but you know, still way more common than what the current rarest shit is. So you know, because we had that problem, of course, you know, that we found out, and that one. You know, like, so effectively it should be a mix, in my opinion. We're kind of a little like want to really make sure though that you don't get to the point of like you get suddenly inundated with like too much all at once. So we just have to like balance that a little bit.
Okay. I'm curious about the Socketable system, Jonathan. So right now you touched on a whole bunch of chase Socketables are being added to the game. And right now many of the stuff in game are meant to solve simple problems, right? The rune system was pitched as kind of a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench, and with these new chase Socketables being added to the game, it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other ways to solve these simple problems that people have in the future or imminently? Or
well, I get so I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game, then you'll get to the point where the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore you don't have as much need to rely on the runes to do that. Now there'll be people who will argue that like they're still having to rely on them a lot for things like attribute requirements, and that's like another whole topic that we could talk about. So you know, like that's a thing for sure. So it's kind of like, but the ideal we kind of want to strive for is like as you progress through the end game, your items are getting better. You no longer need, you know, like you might be a bit overcapped on res, you know, because you're getting the items are getting better. Therefore, you're like, okay, you're getting to the point now where you can say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this rune slot, and that's right around the time when you're getting these like rarer chaser and other Socketables coming in. So that's kind of like the feeling that we sort of want to achieve. And so then by the time you're like ultra top tier, you're like, I'm not using, you know, I'm basically not using any attribute or resistance Socketables. You know, I'm only using these like ultra chase like really things, or maybe it's like kind of, you know, 75-25 with 25 on you know, just to fix that one resistance that's not quite right, like that kind of thing. That's kind of where we want to be as you kind of get through that progression, to kind of get that feeling of like another feeling of progress for the character.
Okay. On the resistance front too, we'll talk about attributes in a second, but resistances especially, I and many other players have found it almost, so when you find a new cool item and you want to replace it, but it's going to replace an item that solves many of your resistances, right? It turns into this whole game of gear shuffling, and this is primarily, I think, an early end game thing, right? You don't have a lot of currency to trade with, or maybe you're playing SSF, and this basically ruins your character, and it causes you to need to reshuffle everything. Are you guys aware that is kind of like the PoE1 like gem system, where the whole shuffling constantly had to occur, and that you have to juggle these defenses to maintain that base level of LE res? And you think there are any solutions that could be added to the game? I know in Path of Exile 1 there was like the harvest resistance swap on items. Maybe that could be like an omen that could be found.
So the harvest resistance swap. So I actually talked to Mark about this recently.
Okay.
And we were discussing about like whether or not we were happy with the harvest resistance swap, and like we were kind of like, the worry there is that it does make things a little bit too easy as far as the item game goes, like for sure. Like he was kind of like he sort of had the opinion that like, you know, like that's kind of like it's part of what like, yeah, it's sort of part of what sort of trivialized like, you know, getting things exactly where you needed them to go. Like he's kind of the opinion that was too powerful. We sort of talked for a while about this, and the issue that we were having is like, okay, So I'm like, okay, sure. So you could make something like that, but just make it really rare, right? And it's like, well, okay, but if it's rare, then you're not exactly solving your gear shuffling problem because, like, you know, that you need to be doing that all the time. So it's kind of like we're in a bit of a hard place. So I actually don't really have an answer to how, like, we can improve this without kind of like compromising the item system, what we would consider to be too much of a way. You know, like, so this is I guess this is a potential concern. Now, the runes in theory kind of do address that because it's like you can temporarily kind of like use them. But then the concern is, okay, and like we've already sort of thought about this, but we kind of like are sort of probably just okay with it for the time being. Like, obviously, the concern is, and this is the thing Mark brought up, is like, okay, you can't take a Socketable out. These chase runes, if you can't do that, it does mean that you're going to be like, okay, I'm not going to use it until I know my gear is perfect, right? Like, you like there's this concern if they're chase. So we did sort of discuss whether or not we want to think about that. Now, we are just going to, for the time being, just leave it how it is. But like, there's definitely this concern of like, okay, if you got to really chase Socketable, you know.
I feel like they should just have maybe, this might be bloated, but I feel like they might need to have another way of getting these out then. Maybe the item is destroyed or something, or like, I would be kind of fine with the good rune being destroyed. I think the item is destroyed is probably not the way. Or like have another type of currency you would need to spend to get it out of there. So I get the point here. That's rough, though.
You're going to save it for only.
I actually didn't think about that one.
And so yeah, we'll sort of see how that plays out. But you know, we'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Okay. I'm also curious on like the attribute front. It seems like right now, the introduction of spears, it became prevalent to me, and in 0-1 it wasn't as crazy. It seems like attribute requirements are super high for some items and even some gems. Are you guys aware that they might be? I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like maybe 10-15% too high. Are you guys looking into adjusting that at all? Or
So
you okay where they
this
are?
is another one of those things that I kind of was thinking about. So I was kind of like, okay, I think what it comes down to is this. If you are playing a strength character, and should it be the case that you don't have to worry about attribute requirements for strength gear, or should you still sometimes run into something where you're like, okay, I need to allocate a bit more extra strength for this? Like, should this be the case or not? It's currently kind of balanced to a point where it's like, you know, like you have to occasionally care about attribute requirements. And what that means, of course, is that if you then want to splash and do something else from a different character, that's like relatively harder, right? And so I was sort of thinking about this, and I was like, I might be open to lowering it a little bit down for gems to kind of allow for more of that like thing. I wouldn't be much, I think, like, you know, because I don't want to make it completely. Like, I feel like in PoE1 it was kind of most the case that attribute requirements were pretty irrelevant for a lot of things. Like, it mattered a little bit, but like not very much, you know. Like, I don't think it mattered a lot, and so we did want to kind of make sure that attributes mattered more. But it's possible we overshot a little bit for the gems. I think for the gear, it's okay. I don't think that we've got like a huge problem there necessarily, although there are maybe a few cases where like people would argue that it's not right. I could definitely see the argument for gems coming down a little bit. It's one of those things that I want to definitely have another look at, because it's something that we can definitely sort of think about changing for sure. Okay. The main thing is just making sure that people can run builds, but on some level there is intended to be an optimization problem, right? It's like, okay, you got to be thinking like, okay, if I want to do this and use an off-class thing, it's like now I'm making a sacrifice somewhere else. Like having to allocate the attributes is what prevents you from making a build that's just literally the best thing from every class on one build. Like that would be an ultra dominant. Like the attributes are the only thing really preventing that from being the case. So especially you know, with more of the combo stuff going on, we just have to be a little bit careful about that. So you know, like that's really the sort of the only control level we have around that. Okay. So yeah.
Okay. Now yeah, especially on spears. Spears, I feel like those, like, because they encourage you to go in like sometimes all 3 attributes or 2 certain attributes, and it gets a little tough. That's just what I experienced. So maybe a little bit on that front, but
is there a tri-attribute spear?
I believe that. Maybe I'm crazy. Chat's probably going insane if I'm wrong. I thought there was. I might be wrong. But I remember I was just struggling on 0-2 or 0-1. Right. I was not. And it was rough. It was rough in 0-2.
Okay. Understood.
Okay. So here's another.
Someone in the background is just on his telephone.
That I've seen a lot of debate about. So, movement speed in Path of Exile 2. We're not even going to talk about boots, Jonathan. I just want to talk about the baseline movement speed, and not compared to monsters or anything. Just the overall movement speed of a character. And the monsters too. a lot of people feel like it's too slow. And like a gauge people give is when you get Hare's Foot, that boon in Trial of the Secama, it's like 30% increased movement speed. People are like, oh, that's where we should be, right? How do you feel about it maybe being a bit too slow? Do you think it's fine where it is? Just in general.
Well, as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this,
Okay.
but as far as I know, the baseline movement speed in PoE 1 and 2 is the same. Like, I don't believe it is actually different. The difference is in, like, the things you're doing, right? Like the skills that allow you to move all the time and all that stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. Now, as far as movement speed is concerned in general, I don't want to spoil anything, but like we are working on things around this for 030. We do have ideas for what we want to do. I don't want to break the combat system. Like if we just buffed movement speed for the player, like the baseline, it would break the combat system in a lot of ways. Like we'd have to do a lot of stuff. There's like animations. It would be a huge deal.
Yeah.
But we have some ideas. But we'll talk about those a little bit. Like just probably 030 announcement. I would say as well, we'll be talking about that. But yeah, we've got some ideas. Like I think that there is something we can improve here. That will be the best of both worlds of still having combat mattering while still, like being something that can help players with this concern. So like there's stuff that we can do. So
maybe
yeah,
something
I guess
that's
I wouldn't
like a little
really
bursty, right? It's not maybe tied to gear. It's just every so
Right.
often
So-
you get a little dopamine rush.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see about stuff like that.
Okay.
So I definitely understand the problem, right? Like so in terms of tier 1 issues that we have that we want to address in 030, this is in the list, right? Like this problem
awesome.
that people have. Like I mean, we've got our list of tier 1 issues that we're like we can't release 030 without. Like even though I said we weren't locking features, I mean, some of the things that you see, some of these things we're like, here's the tier 1 issues
We're working on it.
This is one of them. This movement speed concern that people have is a concern. But as I said, I just don't want to ruin the combat system too much. So that's why we have to be a bit careful.
Okay. No, that's fair. Completely swapping gears, Jonathan. You guys added a pretty cool item in 020 in the Grand Project Precursor tablet. And it allows you, if you use it in a tower, it allows you to go into any map node or in the radius of that tower. A very interesting person brought up the fact, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment to bring this as a core ability to towers. It makes Atlas traversal so much smoother. We can get to cool destinations faster, skip around to the maps we'd like to play. Is there any chance in your mind that this would go core?
I don't think that I want something like. I don't think I'd want that to be core to towers, but like I guess if you're saying things like that, it sort of implies that you're not finding the things you want to find easily enough, which is the thing that I'd be looking to address with a concern like that. So that's kind of that's kind of how I'd see that. Like I say, if you feel like that's necessary, it's probably because there's something wrong with the way that the like the amount of stuff you're finding. So there's definitely something that we need to address there. Like there are some concerns around the stuff for sure. I mean, one thing that we just actually I don't know whether it was deployed or not. Maybe it might be in 021 actually. Because like right now there's this like thing where there's a horrible imbalance of what maps like some maps are way more common than others. And this is something that we have a fix for. As I said, I wasn't sure whether or not it went out in a point release or whether or not it's a 021. I think it's in 021 actually.
I think it's coming in 021. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's in 021. So, we're effectively making it so that like the maps are much more even. So like you won't see nearly as many like I think it's hidden grottos, isn't it? The one that
hidden grottos.
You get
yep.
Yeah, you get constantly. Yeah, like stuff like that, like will improve a lot. So I think that'll help as well. Like I think it really just comes down to balance of like when you find things, where you find them, that kind of stuff. Like to me, that's really what it is. And I guess it also comes down to sort of like the other reasons you might want to be like skipping more of the Atlas content is that you're not feeling like you're seeing what it is you want. And I guess that's another larger issue with towers as well.
Strides OP,
I think
yes.
another thing that people really would like is more just player agency, right? To be able to, like you kind of said, run the maps that they'd like to run with the mechanics that they'd like to run. And the Grand Project tablet allows that, right? If you see a breach and a ritual and everything on your favorite map layout, but it's on the opposite side of the tower and you got to run 10 maps to get there, it kind of is a feels bad moment. But just more like...
There's actually so that is a broader issue that I've noticed with the current way the Atlas works, which is not something that we initially... It's actually comes down a little bit to the overlapping tower thing as well. And it's only sort of a realization that we came to recently. So, how can I put this together? Like, okay, so there's this issue of like, if you know in advance that something isn't the best, then it feels bad to have to kind of go through it like already knowing that it's not the thing you wanted. And so what I'm talking about this is like, okay, and this is something that the old Atlas, like in PoE 1 Atlas didn't have, that PoE 2 Atlas does have, that's like, you know, just sort of think about it, it's like, okay, so the overlapping towers thing is a great example, right? It's like, if you know that overlapping towers is the best thing, then every time you see a non-overlapping tower, you're like, oh, I have to just get through this so I can get to the next overlapping tower. And like, let's just say, for example, and like this is a terrible idea, so I'm not actually going to do this, but I'm just like, let's just say, for example, that we had a mechanic where, and I wouldn't do this for like 10 reasons, but that like when you run a map, there's a random chance that it turns into a tower, right? Let's just say, for example, we had that mechanic. What that would mean is that now you at any time could get the best thing. So you don't feel bad about running maps that you know can never be the best, because at any time the maps could be the best. And this comes down, I think, to the sort of core of like AIPG itemization as well, where it's like one of the reasons why it's good is because, like, you know, the next rock you turn over could contain the mirror drop, right? So it's like you don't feel bad about killing monsters, even if, like, you know, like, assuming we get everything right, that is, you know, because it's like, okay, there could be a good thing like right around the next corner. It's like if you knew that every monster that you killed was going to drop nothing. Like, let's say, so here's another example of a thing that would be similar, right? Let's just say that all the monsters in a map drop nothing except the boss, right? Let's just say that that's what you had.
Okay.
If you had that, killing all those monsters would feel like a chore, because like there was no chance of that ever returning anything for you, right? You're just like, I just want to get through this to get to the boss, right? And so you've kind of got a similar thing going on, but on like a higher level with the Atlas system, where it's like, you know that this part isn't the best, therefore like I feel bad having to grind through it. Like if they had a chance of being the best, it would be fine. So I feel like we need to find a way to make that more the case. And like I was sort of discussing, like as a random example that's kind of a bit related, although not exactly the same, of like, you know, in PoE 1, any map could just randomly spawn a breach.
Yes.
For example.
Yes.
In PoE 2, you know when you don't have one. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like there's this like, so like that sort of element sort of like has a thing there. So there is something to this, and like I can see that there's a problem. I just need to sort of work out exactly how we're going to. And the things that like as I said, the thing I just said there before, like that would solve the problem. I just hate it for 10 other reasons. I'm just sort of putting that out there as like an to evoke the idea of how it would feel to you if that was how it worked. You know what I mean? So like that's the kind of thing that I'm.
Oh fuck, I wasn't muted. I wasn't unmuted. Hi dog. No, I think that goes into the same vein as what we were saying. I think the tower system is fine as long as it's one tower. I think I want to, like on the map here, I don't want to do the whole thing of, oh my god, okay, this is 2 towers. Let's see, where's the third one? Okay, we need to go around. We need to set up all these towers to have the maps in the middle. Just have it in a way like, this is such a super easy change as well. No, I'm going towards here. Oh, there's a tower here. There's a tower here. What do I want to do in this area, right? I want to do in this area, I want to do breach and ritual, and I also want to like juice for quantity or whatever. Boom, tower done. I can do the maps, right? Why do we need like the overlapping thing? No overlapping. Just have one tower. We just get here. We're like, oh damn, there's a tower here. Let's get here. Boom. We do this area, it's juiced, right? Why the overlapping? They shouldn't overlap overall. Like, and if there's like, let's say you juice this area for breaches, right? And you're sick of doing breaches. You can just go up top here to this area. There's another tower here, and then breaches. The towers are too weak then. Yeah, obviously, I mean, then triple the juice. Obviously, I mean, then if it's only one tower for an area, obviously the tower needs to be more juiced. Yes, of course. But the whole overlapping thing, there's no way that is like good, in my opinion. Right? There's no way the overlapping is the one we want. I saw, like, I watched Farmer yesterday again. Like, his whole map setup, the whole map setup that he did took him like 2 hours to do. To then do 20 maps. No. It's already depressing. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think the game is depressing. I think the wording there is very harsh. I think if the game is depressing to you, I think...
I'm thinking about how to sort of resolve this problem. So we do need to do something. Like
you could easily use the tower issue for some kind of
strat
matter like chess.
But like, there's still not something quite right about it. Like, there's some stuff we have to do. And I also really love that sort of feeling of exploration thing going on. But you know, I guess something we didn't realize is like, when you can see things in advance, you have to be really careful that you don't let the amount of importance that can have be too high, because that undermines the feeling of everything else. So like, that's kind of like a thing I guess we need to think about. So yeah, there's certainly some stuff to think about here.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, Matcha. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
All right, yeah, I think you're touching on the exact feeling I had like when going back to Path of Exile 1, and I always had that feeling.
But we're agreeing then, Tamacha. We're agreeing then, because I say the whole overlapping, yeah, that is depressing. Yes, okay, we're actually agreeing then. I misunderstood you a little bit then. Yes, because why is it depressing? Because it took me like 2 hours to set up the 4 overlaps, right? But if it will be less, let's just say, stay with the depressing one. It will be less depressing if the only thing that I have to do is go to the tower, do the tower, put in the tablets, do the area, right? If the setup is like 10% of what it is now, that is already so much better, because everything you're getting then in the maps you're doing, you're not thinking like, oh damn, I did this setup for 2 hours and it didn't even get like 5 divine drops, right? That is unsatisfying. I get that. That is very unsatisfying, but it's not as unsatisfying if the setup wasn't 2 hours, right? I think they should consider connecting tower juice to Atlas. Yeah, I like that as well. Yeah. My biggest problem is with the whole overlapping. That is actually just about finding like the triple tower setup, the quadruple tower setup, and then going for the, like, I don't want to spend 2 hours and setting up, actually playing the game. Like Farmer yesterday was the perfect example. He was apologizing to his chat for like 40 minutes or something, always saying, "Oh yeah, soon we can play the game. Soon we can play the game." I think that is the exact point. We should go as fast as possible to actually be able to playing the game. And overlapping kind of kills that, because we're taking like hours to find the overlap to then actually do what we want to do, and that is play the game, right? Right? Just a few more minutes, guys. Copium. Amen, sister. Thank you. Interacting with chat while setting this up slows you down a boatload. So you're saying he should just not. Streamer nerf. Yeah. I get it. Hey, real question, is the cat in the health bar yours? No. No, I have 2 cats. None of them are this cat. This is Maxwell. He's a virtual cat. He doesn't exist in my timeline here. The cat in my life is Maxwell. Okay, let's continue. I think, to be honest, this interview is amazing so far. I think this is the, in my opinion, this is the example of how to conduct an interview like this. People are probably going to be saying, oh yeah, he's throwing softballs, he's being like too nice. No, this is how you conduct an interview. Jonathan has revealed more in this interview than any of the interviews before, because he feels comfortable. He feels like he's not on the grill. He feels like he's not like being just shotgun asked like hardball questions. That is how you conduct an interview. You make the interviewee feel comfortable, so when you actually tee up some maybe harder questions, they feel comfortable actually answering your questions. This is how you do an interview. Unless you're doing like an interview, unless you work for the CIA and you want to know where the bomb is planted. I get it. Then maybe you need another interview style, like 24 Jack Bauer type shit. But this is actually how you... Jonathan has revealed so much in this interview so far because I feel like he feels comfortable. Because he feels comfortable answering like honestly and just like transparently. This is amazing interview. This is so much better than all of the interviews combined so far.
Going into all the maps,
right.
and that's just not in PoE too. So I'm glad that it's on your guys' radar. That's awesome.
What did you hear? You see your reaction when answering the auto aim question? Okay.
Situation by adding more random things, and so having more random things that aren't just the leagues is also a way to sort of improve that. And so Zero2 helped with that to some degree, but I do think that there's still like an issue around that to think about.
Okay, awesome. Okay, let's see. I know we're running short on time. I know you have to run in about 25 minutes. So
wait, Try has to go?
Curious on, let's see here. I'd love to touch on races for just a moment, since you guys...
Damn. Try is just... He's like, Jonathan, I don't have enough time for you. I need to go in 25 minutes. What the fuck? He's like, Jonathan, I'm very sorry. We have like 25 more minutes. And then he's like, I want to touch on races now. Damn. He's the one with limited time. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Oh, he said Jonathan has to go in 25 minutes. Okay. Sorry. That was so funny to me.
Back for Path of Exile 2, you guys have been running them pretty consistently. I'm curious, is there anything in particular you guys are trying to glean while watching these races? Like, are they influencing any balance decisions? Or are they showing you, oh, well, this part of the campaign could be improved in a certain way? I'm really curious to hear. Or are they just pure for entertainment?
I wouldn't say that we learn much about things from that perspective beyond just about what races are doing, right? There's obviously changes we could make for races in particular. It doesn't influence too much about the rest of the campaign, I would say, just because like the things that they're doing are really just quite outside the norm of what normal players experience. So yeah, it really is more of just a fun thing we enjoy doing. That that's more of what it's about. I wouldn't say that there's like a kind of development reason to run them per se.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This is a very early game question, Jonathan. So and the guy I'll use as an example is my dad. So a lot of very new players to ARPGs, they started playing PoE 2. It was like their first ARPG ever. And a lot of them are unaware of the importance of certain items in the game, like crafting currency, right? A lot of people will just hoard it, even though the currency says, hey, use me on items, right? Would you be open to the idea of like maybe doing a very short like quest or tutorial in Act 1 to put people on this path? Because once I showed him how to do it, Jonathan, dude, he's ground more than I have in PoE 2 this season.
I actually already had this idea, and it's already something that we've got in the works. So awesome. I just want to show everyone because a major experience a major difference in experience is just transmuting your weapon. If you transmute your weapon, you're going to have a way different time than if you don't know to do that. So that's something we're going to explicitly say, like, okay, here is a quest where it's going to drop a transmute, it's going to tell you use your weapon, cool. Actually, just really make sure that new players know to do that.
Okay, that makes me so happy to hear for a lot of the new people coming to the game. That'll be great for like 1.0's launch and all that too. Cool. Okay, back to item questions. So Path of Exile 2, unique items. A lot of the items right now, they fall off as you go into Endgame and you scale your character, but it's not because they aren't cool. A lot of them are super cool, but they have no way to scale, past a certain threshold in the game. Are you guys okay with the number of uniques that are in the game, are cool, but just become a little blip in a character's journey? Or are you looking into really reinvigorating some of these items?
I would say, look, there are some that we definitely need to make more powerful, but I would say that a lot of the reason is just because we started working on the lower level ones and we're only getting, like only since 010's launch, I would say, have we really been focusing on the more high level stuff. And there's more of that stuff coming. I mean, we have more uniques coming, in 021. Like the focus on unique design now is that sort of in-game, like later on stuff that you can use viably on a character going forward. So like that is definitely the case. At the same time, there's a bunch of stuff out there that people would use if it ever dropped, right? So like it's funny because like we were actually looking at, so because Mark and I actually did this exercise recently together. We're like, okay, so like what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And like we started looking through some Unix and like we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? Like it's so rare. There's like 12 extra mantises that have dropped on.
That is my favorite thing that they have like discovered. I've not discovered, but they have realized. We get. I know this is kind of an oxymoron because obviously a chase item should be rare enough that it is actually a rare item, right? That if you get it 20 times a day, it's obviously not gonna feel the same. But ever since playing Path of Exile 2, I have like naturally dropped one chase unique, I think. One. And that was Dream Fragments in the last league. I've actually dropped the Dream Fragments last league. And I want at least for like a league or something, I want at least like 2 or 3 times when I play the game to have this moment of, oh my god, what did I drop here? Oh my god, I dropped a axe. Oh my god, I dropped a tabula rasa. Oh my god, I dropped a howl. I think that needs to be better. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god. It is very. I will say though, that is very, very tough to balance though, because if it actually is like that, and let's say I drop 10 Astra Mantises per league, is obviously not gonna be a chase item in my head anymore because, oh damn, another Astra Mantis. So yeah, I really like that they are addressing this. We'll see how it turns out. We will see next week on the patch. We'll see how it turns out because in my opinion, and I said this multiple times on stream before, the reasons why I have been drawing to ARPGs and I absolutely loved Diablo 2 for so many years is the feeling of actually dropping something and the dopamine hit of being like, oh my god, I dropped a Griffin's Eye. In Diablo 2, it was just so amazing. In Diablo 2, that was perfect. And I think this is the reason why Diablo 2 is still being played to this day. It was perfect in Diablo 2. Because there were items that were so rare, but you still drop them sometimes. And then it was always so hype. And yeah, this is the reason why I like ARPGs. So I'm really, really happy they're addressing this with the chase uniques here and are also adding more chase uniques. So I love this. This is probably my favorite part about the new patch.
On the live realm, you know what I mean? It's like well, no, that's not actually accurate. There were 12 in trade.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
were like 12 in trade at the time that we looked. It's like
what?
Man, like okay,
what did it?
Like man, we forgot what's the stuff I'm excited to drop, right? And like we started looking through some Unix and like we were just like, man, we forgot we even added this, right? Like it's so rare. There's like 12 Astra Mantises that have dropped on the live realm, you know what I mean? It's like it's like well, no, that's not actually accurate. There were 12 in trade. There were like 12 in trade at the time that we looked. It's like man, like okay, we worked out. I actually worked out recently because I've actually been recently writing simulator so I can like more easily work out some of what's going. Like we have like things we can do.
Sorry for interrupting again. Sorry for interrupting again. But it will also improve like having more common drops for these Astra Mantis types items. It will also improve build variety for the normal player, because if it's not 12 Astra Mantis on the trade side, but it is 40, that will mean that more people are gonna have access to the builds that are enabled through the Astra Mantis. And that is probably the thing I like the most about it, right? Yeah, are people price fixing the Grand Project, or is it actually... Is this price fixed? Because I'm listing it for 1 annual to get it out of my inventory. Yeah, okay, let's just get it out of here. 5C? What the fuck? And how much C is in all? That's 3. Okay, damn, it's 5C. 50, 60x, okay. Okay, we sell 1 to this guy. You need 3, that's fine. That's fine. I listed it. Okay, I listed it. That's my bad. I fell for the price fix. Thank you. Okay, we list them for 5C, I guess. 5C.
Like, it wasn't easy enough. I want to be able to just at an
Yeah,
instance notice
sort
we're changing
by-
balance numbers, like the result on the item drops are. So I started writing a tool for that, and I found out that like an Astromentus will drop every 45,000 divines, and it's like, okay, like
Oh my
It's
god.
out.
it's like, how many years do you have to wait?
That's crazy.
And it's like, okay, we're just like we're not in the right universe here as far as like the drop rate of something like that.
45,000
So, yeah,
divines.
they effectively do not exist.
Can you imagine Mirror,
as far
by the
as
way,
a
then?
regular player is concerned.
So these drop rate buffs
It's like,
are pretty
okay.
substantial. Then I didn't
Yeah,
ascertain this.
oh
from the
yeah,
patch
they
notes.
are.
Can you
They're
imagine
very
mirror
substantial.
drop
I mean,
rate
look,
then?
It's like I think at the trade at the time we saw one was like selling for like 600 divines, and I'm like, this is actually technically cheap compared
Yeah.
to the drop rate of this thing. I was like, people don't even know when this drops, so they're just sitting at
This is
like
so good.
a thing. So yeah, this that needs to change, obviously, right?
Okay.
And like one of the key actual differences, and I get this is a little bit inside of things we don't normally talk about, but whatever, I'll talk about it anyway. So like one of the changes that PoE 2 had that I think that enriched, but we're actually going to change this back, and this is like a major thing that will improve things, is in PoE 2 the chance of a unique dropping is scaled by the chance of the drop pool of that type of item dropping. So what I mean by that is like unique amulets are like rarer because they're an amulet. But in PoE 1, this was not the case. Like all the uniques were in one pool that then, like, you know, they all had an equal chance. I mean, not equal, right? There's rare and there's common ones.
I get
But
it, yeah.
being an amulet didn't affect the chance for it to drop, right? In PoE 2, the reason why Astromentus is like so completely ridiculous is because amulets being a rarer like thing just in the base pool anyway means that the unique version of the amulet is now incredibly rare, like to a point where they might as well not exist. So what you'll see at, like, you know, as a starting point is that jewelry that are uniques will be way more common than they
Okay.
currently are, just because we're
Ooh.
now putting them back into the regular pool with the other uniques that they can roll together. And so that's like an example.
Okay, so
of the
I'm
kind of thing that will
selling
improve it. It's like,
my
yeah, like,
Defiance.
some of the stuff just doesn't have an opportunity
Am I
to
selling
be a chase
Defiance
item you're
then?
even thinking about, because it's so rare you just don't expect it. It's like not even a thing, right? I mean, it's like effectively Mirror of Calandra tier at this point, and that's not what we really intended, and something that is going to change. So.
That's wild to hear. Hey, Astromentus stonks. Okay, here we go. Right now. Awesome. Maybe I'll find one. That's cool. Okay, so a little bit of a focus now as we get to the final section of the interview, dude, on the future of PoE 2. So just onward. One thing I'm really curious about, and I think a lot of other people are as well, many ARPG veterans have been conditioned to view the campaign as a blip in the journey. You know, you start there and you get through it as fast as possible. Obviously, Path of Exile 2 has been trying to change that. There has been tremendous discourse on this fact, you know, in 0.1 and in 0.2.
God,
I'm
this
curious,
Defiance.
taking all this and looking at it and looking toward the future, maybe even Acts 4, 5, and 6, how do you see the Path of Exile 2 campaign evolving?
Well, I would say that most of the stuff around this really comes down to the kind of like play speed concerns that people have. So it's like, if we can address that, I don't think people are going to be concerned about like campaign length anymore. Like, I would say that like it's not necessarily the case that PoE 2 is that much longer, if it even is that longer at all, than PoE 1. If you would think of it in terms of like total distance you need to actually walk and number of monsters you need to kill, it's just that, you know, like it's just the pace is the concern. So if that is higher, or if like there's ways to be that faster in that way, then I think that those kind of concerns will definitely go away or down significantly at the very least. At the same time, it's not helping that cruel difficulty exists, right? Like that's certainly something that is like makes the experience worse. And like it's not like we want cruel difficulty to be there, right? Like it's a compromise that exists until the point we can get more content in. So like basically once we can remove that, I think as well that will help a lot.
Okay.
So that I think it's really the combination of those things that are the primary reason why
Okay.
why there's a lot of concern over this. And so effectively, so long as we can fix both of those problems, then I think that stuff will be a lot better.
Okay, no announcements here, but there was an interview you did for 020 about Acts 4, 5, and 6, and how it was a little confusing, like the
Yeah, I
answer.
saw.
Do you think that they'll be
I'm with you.
coming one by one, or do you think they'll all be dropping at the same time? I don't know if you know the interview I'm referring to or not.
I just don't. I unfortunately don't want to announce anything.
Oh, you
So
don't.
you'll just have to
Okay.
you'll just have to wait for that one.
Okay,
But,
that's totally fine. All right, I
yeah.
get it. Okay, in the future, now you touched on some archetypes not being fully explored right now, and you might actually be buffing stuff up in this league. Is fire on your radar at all? Because compared to
Fire.
a cold and lightning,
Yes.
it just feels a little lackluster.
Yes.
And I don't know if you think that's just a like design or damage or anything.
Where's fire?
Okay, so I definitely would agree that lightning is in a better place than cold and fire. I don't fully know if I would agree that cold and fire are necessarily like that far apart from each other. This actually comes down, I think, to the thing I was touching on earlier about like the ability for a skill to scale. Like lightning, just kind of like when you're designing a lightning skill, like it bouncing around between enemies is kind of like just one of those things that tends to happen, right? Because it's lightning, right? Obviously it should do that. And so what that's kind of led to is like when you're not thinking too hard about scaling, lightning just sort of naturally scales more because it can hit more targets, because it kind of auto targets and bounces. You get those kind of skills that allow it to kind of get that kind of in-game
Yeah,
clear
fire is bad.
ability. And fire and cold, it's like I
I've
think we have
tried to
be a
make
bit more
fire builds
explicit in order
work
to make
so
that
many
happen.
times now.
So I would say that's kind of the reason. I think, like, I mean, obviously there's going to be balanced numbers and there's going to be a million other things and they're unique and there's like 20 other reasons why this can matter. But I think just even just from the base level in terms of scaling, like lightning just as a design space tends to scale more even when you're not thinking about it. And then the other two, yeah, not so much. So I think that that's kind of part of why lightning in particular is kind of like, ended up being something that has got more of that going on.
Lightning and cold have like utility too, with like chill, freeze, electrocute.
Yeah, sure.
right?
I mean, look, fire sort of has its whole burning thing. I mean, look, the whole difference between damage types things is also something that I think that we didn't explore enough yet in the unique space as well. So what I mean by that is, I don't think that conversion in PoE 2 matters that much because like there isn't enough kind of going on that like allows that to matter, if you know what I'm saying. So like it's kind of like that kind of stuff. I think like we need to like more mechanics, and uniques, like more sort of things in the game will kind of hopefully address that and like make those elements like matter more in terms of what makes them unique and different because of like what's available to use in the rest of your toolbox.
Would you guys consider support
I mean-
gems to convert elemental damage at any point?
I mean, it's not like, I mean, the thing is, right now, I don't think the conversion is really that valuable thing. Like, it's not, like, I don't think there's enough kind of going on. And it's like, quintessentially, like, okay, so Acolyte of Chalula, for example, right? Like, the Chaos conversion is just, like, not
Talupa.
really valuable like it should be. And it's just because, like, there's not really anything about that that's kind of, like, important enough. So, it's like, when this was designed, it's like the assumption was, oh, like converted to chaos is valuable, right? Like it was valuable in PoE 1, therefore it's valuable here, but it's kind of not because like of the other tools that are available. And so then it kind of ends up making that class like not as cool as it should be for that reason. So it's like, then we either have to think, okay, do we need to be adding tools that are going to make that more, or do we need to be adjusting how that class works? Like, well, we obviously have to work this out, like make some other changes potentially. But it's like that kind of stuff. It's like sometimes there is just PoE 1 brain going on in terms of like, oh, like this is valuable in PoE 1, therefore it must be valuable in PoE 2. Like, you sometimes don't even think that fully through, right? Because you like to even understand why or it is or is not kind of depends on a full understanding of like every other, the whole unique metagame. The thing is like tomorrow a unique could come out. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying tomorrow a unique could come out that like that makes
Unique
Acolyte of
tomorrow,
Chalula
guys!
suddenly amazing, right? It's like it's completely down to like the context in which it exists in. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's
It's going to come out
one of
next
those-
week, is what you're saying, right? Yeah.
I'm not going to promise anything. I don't actually know for sure the case, but what I'm saying is like there's that element going on. So
Okay.
that I would say is part of the problem. Like we just need to make sure that we're like understanding a bit more about like what about. But look, it's easy once you've got players playing it and you can see what they're doing and you can see that they haven't found anything, right? It's okay, well, if they haven't found anything yet, that probably means they're not going to. We probably have to like actually come up with something to juice this particularly, whether that's the class or whether that's unique or some other element, to make that possible. We just need to sort of make that happen. And I'd say conversion in general, but Acolyte of Chalula in particular, like has like problems around that.
So you got that. You're segueing perfectly into a rapid fire question. Acolyte of Chayula. We have like 23 Acolyte players out there, and they really want some love. You guys aware? Is that maybe one of the candidates for a buff in?
Yes.
Oh, definitely for sure. Yeah.
It is? Okay.
For sure.
Awesome. Fantastic. Good to
In
hear.
the next patch?
Okay.
Or next league?
You're not going to answer campaign questions. How about let's do one more endgame question, then I got a set of really quick questions to answer. So, the infinitely expanding Atlas, as more people have played it, like I said, 6 months, going into like 1.0, whenever that comes out, are you confident this is going to be the system going into 1.0?
Well, I guess what I would say about that is basically, I mean, we sort of covered this before, right? Like where I was discussing the thing with the towers overlapping and all those various things.
Yeah.
That kind of really comes down, all comes into it. So what I would say is like, you know, I don't think we've found it quite yet.
Okay.
I hope that
Make Chaos damage
personally
rate again.
love
Yes.
the whole infinite expanding Atlas thing, like as an idea, or like I want to make sure that can happen.
I love chaos damage. I love chaos damage. I loved playing the chaos.lich at the beginning of the league, but the dot damage just isn't it, because you can't scale dot damage. It just pales in comparison to any other type because you can't scale the damage. I like chaos damage. I like this whole like contagion type stuff. We need Hex Blast back. We need Impending Doom or something, whatever. You want to try a belt now? What do you mean? What do you mean shaken? Like corruption?
But obviously, like nothing, if it doesn't, you know, if we can't make the end game awesome, then we will change it, right? Like everything's like
Not
that.
final,
Now, as I said, I
right.
think we've got a lot more to try before we have to change how that is. But you know, that it's like nothing is sacred ultimately if it means getting in the way of like, you know, something being good. So, you know, yeah, like I want it to be there. We'll see what happens.
Okay, cool. All right, lots of rapid fire questions here, and then we'll close out with a question that I'm sure that you'll answer. You won't dodge me out of it at all. Okay, so div cards. We saw mention the winner in all three races is going to be able to make one.
Yeah.
Are they coming soon? And if they are, any changes from PoE1? Are they going to work the same?
Pretty soon. Fundamentally, they work similarly, but we do have some just like stuff to kind of make it a little bit like. I mean,
You can tell me. It's okay. Nobody's listening.
it's like there were some just cases in PoE1 where you kind of had like some of the things you could pick kind of like were a bit silly, like in a way. Not okay, that's not quite getting to it. It's like I don't want just like 20 copies of div cards that are effectively ultimately doing the same thing just because they got slightly different variations, same like exact stuff. So we're gonna control that a little bit more this time to kind of make it so that like, okay, if you're the div card that's this, then like that's your thing, and like no one else is gonna be stomping on that. You don't kind of have like, you know, a billion ways to all just give you a you know, like a mage blood.
Okay. Got it.
You know, like in PoE1, you know what I mean? Like, so we want to just do some adjustments there, but that's kind of more of a thing around, like, you know, the people making the div cards rather than the thing around actually finding them. So I don't have anything to talk about on that side yet, but yeah, it won't be too far away. We do have some pretty nice looking art.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. So, you know,
Is it going to be different from Path of Exile 1? Like brand new art for PoE2? For div cards?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's exciting. Okay. Yeah. Is the plan to still allow players to log into separate accounts via couch co-op? Because I know that was originally
that
the
is
intention.
the plan. That will probably be the thing that the console guys do after they've done the ability to transition from mouse and keyboard to controller on the fly, like on the fly.
Seamlessly,
So once they're done with that, we'll probably work on the couch co-op different account thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I've heard chat is going wild about this, and I know you've talked about it ad nauseum, but I'm still curious. Any more options for armor or defensive layers related to it potentially coming in 0.20 or 0.3?
I don't have anything to say about it at this point. Like, well, this is one of those this is probably going to be another freaking multi-day conversation with Mike to work out the details of. So once PoE1's out, we'll probably have a long discussion. I'm certain about. Certainly something that people are very keen for. Okay.
Any timeline on adding passive tree layouts to the game? We know that those are coming in PoE2. Any timeline on those?
Oh, you mean
just the pathing? The pathing.
The thing. Yeah. You know what? I need to follow up on that again. I actually don't know what the timeline was on that one. I need to go talk to the UI guys about when that will be. Hopefully, I mean, look, I want to get it in, so it won't be too far away.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to add an option to disable auto-targeting either as a global setting or on a skill-by-skill basis? I've heard some people complaining about that a little bit.
So I have a huge thing about this.
I have huge.
Not a rapid fire question.
But it's like, this is not a rapid fire question. It's a very complicated thing. Okay, so like, because I've got like crazy theories.
I've got a huge.
About
What was he
why
about to
this is
say?
Suddenly an issue and like all these other things. Like it's like a whole. So because like, okay, PoE 2 and PoE 1 targeting is identical. There is no difference between these, right? And targeting in PoE 1 was not a big thing that people were worried about. Like this just wasn't a thing. And so I'm like, why is it different in PoE 2? Because people have been saying, okay, it's like people.
Huge cast and crit, yeah.
Parallax error, right? So what we're talking about here is like targeting is relative to your feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like to me, that makes total sense because I'm like, okay, like when you click, that's exactly where you move to. When you right click, that's exactly where the projectile flies over, right? Like it seems to make sense to me. And so I always assumed that this was how every ARPG worked. Like I actually just assumed that. Like I didn't actually know, and I never really thought about it before because it was just so obvious to me that that's how it should be. But then when people started posting about this, I'm like, okay, I'm actually going to try out just like a bunch
I
of
tried
other
it
games
before
and just see,
Shaken.
like really look at them.
I
how they
didn't
work.
really
And I
like it,
noticed
just
that,
playstyle-wise.
The first one I tried was D4, and I'm like, okay, they actually do this differently. They have it so that when you right click, the projectile exactly moves to the mouse. And to me, I'm like, this is insane actually, because like when you click in the location, you run to a different, like you run, like if you click to your right, you'll run right. But if you right click there and fire a projectile, you'll fire diagonally downwards. And I'm like, okay, like, and yet this is more intuitive to people. And so I'm starting to think like, okay, well, at least to some people, right? So I'm starting to think like, okay, well, what's the difference here? And then I started thinking like, a big change in PoE 1 and 2 was WASD. And when you're using click to move, every time you click, it's like reinforcing the fact that everything's relative to your feet, because it's like that's where you move to, right? So you're like click, you're moving there every single time. Every single click is like reinforcing this like way of thinking about where things are relative to your character. Right. But when you're in WASD, oftentimes you are effectively just saying, I want to fire that way. You know, like this is the direction I want to fire in. So maybe you like internally in your head, you just sort of think about it differently. So if you're like, to me, it working the other way is actually unintuitive. And I actually tried in D4, like, okay, if I like don't click on the monster, if I like am specifically trying to click on the ground to hit the monster, and I just play like that for a little while, like what do I end up with? And I actually was missing all the time because once again, it's not intuitive to me. But I'm like, okay, but if like one of the biggest other RPGs works this way, it does seem reasonable for us to have an option to change it to work that way. And so then I started looking into these other games, and so like I checked Last Epoch. That one somewhat inexplicably seems to look at your knee height, and I don't know why, rather than chest height. It's kind of weird. So I don't know what's going on with that. What's it called?
Torchlight? Maybe?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry.
Torchlight Infinite? I don't know.
Torchlight Infinite.
No
That's chest height. No Rest for the Wicked. I actually didn't check that one. But I checked. Oh God, what's it called? Whatever. There was another one I checked that was also feet. Like it is a variety, right?
Okay.
The game. But
Feet mentioned.
But okay. But it's like Diablo 4 is obviously like a game that tons of people played. You know, you got a lot of people coming from that to us. Like this fundamental thing working differently is something that can matter. So basically, what I'm saying is we are actually looking into having an option for this.
Who drops those rings? It's a random drop.
An argument. You know, like that's a question.
DC Cataclysm. Random ring.
The reason why I bring this up, right, when you just talk about the whole disabling the auto targeting thing, is because there's a very specific, and this might even be hard to explain without a picture. So I might have to hold this coffee cup up here.
Oh, here we go.
As a visual aid here. So okay, we're getting right into it now.
Dude, he seems so much more.
So
he seems so much more comfortable in this interview. Isn't this like? This is how an interview is supposed to be. He seems so comfortable. He's like answering the questions so good. He's actually explaining stuff. He's getting into it. This is so much. This is so good. This is the best interview so far. By far.
Here. So okay, we're getting right into it now.
And we got so much information as well. It's not like
if you are targeting from your chest to chest, then basically when you
were they softballs though? We already had that lithium. Were they really softballs though? They were definite critiques of the game, but asked in a very like polite. This is how you do an interview though, right? This is about a video game, right?
This is the bounding box of a monster. Okay. Then as soon as you move the cursor off that, then the location on the ground that is nearest to that will be closer
He's using the coffee mug.
in terms of like the angle that your projectile would fire to the like location, like you move a small amount of.
Nah, they weren't. I know. I know for a fact that they weren't. Lithium.
Right.
But using the system from your feet, it means that like when you move off a monster, that change in angle is quite a lot larger, because if you move off from here to here, it's like there's quite a big snap that happens. And so I think that when people are talking about wanting to disable this, it's because when they slightly click off the monster, it's resulting in an outsized amount of difference in angle of actual that you're attacking with. Yep. And so that sort of then means you're like, your instinct without sort of thinking about it too hard is going to be, oh, I just want to disable that, right? Mm-hmm. Rather than it just being that, like, if the 2 points were closer together, then that wouldn't be a concern that you would have. So as I said, I want to try just first, like, okay, let's just try with this thing to do that, and then we'll see how that goes. And then like there might be a world where I'd consider having it so that you can disable name locking as well. But I don't think that's going to be a complaint. Like, it never was in PoE 1. Mm-hmm. The moment that you don't have that problem. And I said, I think in PoE 1, the reason why it wasn't because people were so conditioned to how it worked from the way you're clicking to move. So I think it really is WSD that introduced us to that issue. But yeah, anyway, that's a long rant. It's like a whole thing that we're looking into at the moment. And that's what I have to say about that. But it took quite a lot of like thinking about it and working it out to sort of see what the issue was there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Diablo 4. We'll look out for it. That's pretty cool. Okay. So on consoles, the Hideout music player doesn't work after being bought. Any idea if there's a fix? Like, people apparently have been reporting
honestly, like, that was not on my radar.
Oh.
Go like immediately and just ask someone to see why that is.
We want to hear
there's almost certainly going to be a bug in the issue tracker.
Right.
There's almost certainly a bug in the issue tracker sitting there about that, and I just need to say that that's kind of unacceptable that doesn't work.
Awesome. And then one little quality of life feature before the silly question. Some people have difficulty reading text in chat in game. Is there an opportunity to perhaps add some options like an opacity slider on it instead of being all or nothing?
So we, for like a long time, have been wanting to do like a full chat revamp. And the problem then has been that because we've got that in the like what we want to do, it means that every time someone suggests like a little thing, they're like, oh, but we should just wait to do that for the whole huge chat revamp. And I just need to actually make sure the chat revamp happens so that, because we want to add more options and things and like have a bunch more stuff going on with that. So but basically before release,
10%.
we will have a chat revamp.
10%.
Like a lot of those kinds
10%
of 10%
recomp here, big one.
Awesome. One more Path of Exile related question, and one that is unrelated, unless maybe it inspires you. Anybody in the office playing Expedition 33? I have to ask. It's the only game that's taken me away from PoE 2, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, certainly. It's pretty popular. I played it. I kind of like...
Okay, another 10%.
I fell off right after the end of Act 1. Really? Not to spoil anything, but there was something that happened there that kind of, for some reason, just kind of made me go, I don't know. Like, it just kind of... maybe a bit unhappy now. People tell me that I really should keep going because there's a lot more cool stuff, and so I hopefully I will get time to do that. But and then Doom came out, and then there was that whole thing, and like so I kind of got knocked off again. But there's lots of people around the office who are loving it.
Okay, 10%. Come on.
All right, so
oh my God, we actually hit it.
You fell off, and it tells me a lot about your personality, Jonathan. So everybody can no spoilers in the chat, guys. No spoilers. But,
oh my God, the
cool.
Traxxer.
Last question
stayed on there
before
as well.
We send you off, man. Thank you for staying a few minutes over. Okay. Jonathan, I duped myself into thinking the druid was coming into Dawn of the Hunt. I was like completely blinders on. Everyone.
Nice streamer client. Yeah. Oh my God.
The druid's coming.
Okay. Now we actually have to hit it though.
It was originally supposed to like release with the Huntress, and you don't need to get into timelines with the druid.
This is already.
Can you reveal what kind of happened there? Was there
slam?
Like
yeah, let's go slam.
About animation snafus? Was it a balance concern? Like
we have prefix only one suffix.
It just wasn't ready. That's all I can say.
Prefixes.
It just wasn't ready.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay.
Oh God.
Are Bear and Wolf form still planned? Those two?
Well, you'll have to find out.
I mean, it's widdleable. It's widdleable. Okay.
Well,
let's get it.
I have a few more things, but I don't want to go over time, man. Thank you so much for giving me an hour and a half of your day. I know that you were booked literally the entire week except for this 90-minute window. So I really appreciate it. I do. So
no problem.
I wish you luck with the Path of Exile 1 League. Is there anything else that you wanted to say before?
Yeah, that's like
not really. I mean, that's
Redesigns.
Great interview. Okay. So thanks very much. And,
all right.
I'll see you again next time.
All right, definitely, Jonathan. Have a great one. Talk to you later.
Good interview.
You too.
Good interview.
Right. Chat. How was it? How did the interview go?
Good interview. Very good interview. I like this type of interview. I don't need them to grill. I don't need the interviewer to grill them the whole time. Wait, where's the window? YouTube. There we go. Gone. Amazing interview, to be honest. Clap. Yeah. Awesome interview. Very nice. Very, very easy content for me as well. Very easy content for me. I don't need the interviewer to grill. Like, this is like an interview about a video game. This is... I didn't enjoy the last two interviews at all because the whole aura was just like, oh, this is uncomfortable, man. This is fucking uncomfortable. Can we just... When you gonna interview Jonathan? Tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow, actually. Interview with Jonathan by me tomorrow. I will ask him about his eating habits. Also, does he like cats and dogs? And everyone's just gonna rage and call me a dumbass because I'm not asking why he hasn't fixed PoE2 yet. That should be my first question. Jonathan, why don't you just fix PoE2 and make everything perfect like right now? Why you know make PoE2 amazing? Can you tell me, please? This is the hard-hitting questions you guys want, right? Jonathan, please. I mean, why you not just make PoE2 good now? Why no good? Why not just have like 500 people working 24 hours a day and make game good now? You gotta do it as Arnold though. Yeah, Jonathan. Jonathan, welcome, Jonathan. Thank you so much for yeah. From Governor. Oh god. It's not working. It's not working. Ah, my Arnie impression is gone. It's gone. Help. Ah.
This is Arnold.
Hi, Arnold.
Get to the chopper!
That's gonna be the first question. Okay, Jonathan, thank you so much for being here today, for taking this interview. Thank you so much. The first question, Jonathan, that I have for you is, get to the chopper! Get to the tower and put precursors in. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I actually have to do something now, right? That's not a question, yes. And Jonathan is gonna be like, who vetted this guy? What is this? Who vetted this guy? What is this? No joke though. Anyone from GGG watching? Obvious. Is anyone from GGG watching? Hello? I would absolutely love to interview Jonathan. I don't think I would do a great job, but people would be mad at me as well. Ah, this guy is just glazing, man. Wait, this guy is actually having fun playing PoE2? He can't be serious. He's just trying to get into Jonathan's pants. Do it now. I'm sure Jonathan would have. Yeah, I would just do an interview and say like, yeah, we're not gonna know anything after this. I just want to know. I just want to know like the most random stuff. So Jonathan, coffee or tea? Like in the morning? Coffee? Like, oh, Coca-Cola. Okay, damn. Yeah. How's your wife though? By the way, how's your wife? Yeah. Any like pets? Anything? Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay. You wanna get a beer or something? Oh, you're in New Zealand. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, those flights cost like $2,000 for me. I'll send you some beer. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Some nice German beer I can send you, Mr. Jonathan. Yeah. No. Great interview. Ask him if he gamba. Yeah. Jonathan. No. Oh God. Wait. My first question. Jonathan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking this interview right now, Jonathan. I'm so happy. This is such a big opportunity for me, Jonathan, to do this interview. First question I have for you, Jonathan. Can you please Vaal my body armor? Because if I have streamer client, what do you have? Like, game director client. Isn't that gonna be like creator client server? Yeah, please. I could get like 6 sockets on my body armor with your client. My first question to Jonathan. Can someone clip, please? I wanna use that clip. That is perfect. If it ever comes to this day, I might actually have to do it. If it ever happens, like in the next 100 years, I might actually have to do it. I might actually have to do it. Welcome, Jonathan. Thank you so much. My wand, unfortunately, is not vault yet. Recombinator with 100% success rate. Yeah, that would be something. And then the Exalt slams also need 100% success chance. Oh my god, what are all these rings? Oh no, I did too much price checking already today. I can't do it anymore. Don't forget to pick up your white silver charms. Finally hit a chance. Oh, you did? Wait, how expensive is it now? How's the Fall of the Axe looking? Oh damn, it's still 80 divines. Oh my god. Yeah, white silver chimes are in my filter, so don't worry about that. If you're using my filter, I'm always keeping that stuff up to date, the chancing bases and stuff. So in my filter, the chancing bases that are included in my filter, for example, are purring, heavy belt, silver charms, stellar amulets, and jade amulets as well. Jade amulets also like very good, right? Since Defiance is also like 70 div, so. Any new builds you have been cooking? I am trying to make a frost build work, but I am having problems. I'm having problems cooking up the frost build. Can you say pearl ring again? Pearl ring. Yes. Some words are hard for me. Sorcerer? No. I kind of think blood mage is Sounds actually saying purring. Ah, okay. Pearl ring. Some stuff is really tough for me to say, like Olros. Or that is the worst thing in the game for me to say. The expedition boss. What are pearls for? Snake pit. Snake pit. And snake pit is like 30 div, I think. I think the most expensive chancing outcomes right now are silver charms actually and jade amulets. I think that is the highest. I don't know about the prices of Astramantis. Or Loth. Isn't it Olroth? Isn't it like this? Olroth? Or is it Orloth? Orloth. Orloth would be better, but it's still hard. First one, Olroth. Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm just gonna say expedition boss. I'm just gonna say, yeah, it's the expedition boss, right? That is the one, right? Okay, I kind of want to try Simulacrum. I want to test some stuff a little bit. I want to test a Simulacrum without custom critical. That is stupid though, right? That is stupid. What would be the setup for a Simulacrum on the custom critical? Like 2 arcs, I guess. 2 arcs. Let's try some Simu. Any tip why my lightning spell on hit is not active? I can't slot spells in there even though I have you have the strength and the iron griper. You still need the int requirement for the spell you want to put in there. So lightning warp has an int requirement. Remember that. How much divines I need to change to this spark build? This build here is more than a mirror, but Not the build itself, but the gear I'm wearing. The build is not that expensive. The gear I'm wearing is very expensive here, but you don't need that. The build is not that expensive to get into. Vertex for chance bases? No, Vertex is like 7 div or something, right?
Remember this ramshackle place. A second home, and yet something seems off. You've stood against so
10 div? Depending on what you find, might become a little bit rough. Damn, it's laggy. Why is it so laggy? I swear. What are you swearing? Something happened with the game? Yeah, it is. It's like stuttery. It's stuttery and laggy. My fans are going crazy, actually. Let me hear mine. Mine are fine. My CPU... Oh, damn, actually? Wait, did they install like a Bitcoin miner or something? No. My CPU is 44. And Path of Exile is just 24 of that. My CPU is at 40. Temp? Ah, okay. Yeah, mine is fine. I'm at 59 on my CPU. I'm lagging too. Yeah, something is up. Something wrong. Something wrong. Oh, I don't have the right runes. Neural overload and electrocute. Can't spell electrocute without cute. Right? Right?
wrong.
Okay, let's try another Spark instead of Arc, because I am losing a lot of life here. Let's try this one. I think I like this one. And then we go Persistence into Sigil. Okay. Clear, it fixes... Wow, actually? Double Spark on maps, double Arc on bosses. No, I would go one Spark, one Arc for maps. I like the Arc for maps because it basically kills rares like very, very fast. Yeah, I'm still losing most of my life on the Arc casts. Just the monster density. The Strumfill is about to hit. Oh, yeah. Let me actually. It's all been pack-alize. Oh god, it's about to hit. Wait, I'm not using... Will I remember? Brother, how people run a lot of buff where they get the spirit without scepter. You can get spirit on other stuff other than scepters. You can get spirit on on chest, on amulet, on helmet, and there's different ways as well. You can get spirit on other stuff than scepter. Yes. Oh! Gamba rings too, yes, true. Dissipate and...
Good morning.
I don't know if I like interlude. I don't think I like interlude, especially for... So good, yeah, it's... I love how the song is basically just like building up to that one. Like for it's like building up to that one for 3 minutes or something. I feel like we can't really die in Simulacrum here because we just kill everything instantly, kinda, right? That's my theory here. Why Simulacrum should be really good now. Yeah, I think it's everyone right now. The game is stuttering today. Game feels like it's stuttering a little bit today. Clueless. Oh no. Don't tell me Simulacrum can kill me. Excuse me. There's no way, right? Unplayable today? Damn. I mean... That bad? Where's the... Yeah, thank you. Music was just off for like a minute there. Yeah, latency is absolutely fine for me, but it's like small stutterings. I have to say though, clearing the chat, doing the /clear, kind of fixed it. I might have a fix, by the way. I will show you guys what was the fix before for this one. This problem was here before, and there is a fix. It's like a cache or something you can delete, like a text. For some reason, the chat is saved in a text file, and that can lag the game. Like this helped, the clear one. So /clear, I feel like that helped a little bit. Might just be placebo though. It's not placebo, works for me every time the starter starts. Yeah, it's working here. Everyone do /clear and thank DB Psych for that. It works. Why did Chernobog drop so much? Was like 60 divs last week? I don't know. Maybe because they announced that T0 uniques or like more uniques are gonna be more common. And Chernobog might be part of that. Like Alpha Hole dropped as well in price, for example, and some other stuff. Because people are just panic selling it because they expect it to be more common. I just sold my Chernobog for like 32, so yeah. I feel you. I don't have convalescence. That's bad. Why do I not have convalescence on? Convalescence is off. That could have been bad. That could have been really bad. It won't let me put the spells in it, even if I have the requirements for a voltaic example, but at least my game crashes sometimes if I click lightning spell and hit. What the fuck? Just one more level and I can anoint cooked on my amulet. Is this T4 sim? Yes. Ooh, another Genesis. Oh my god, two Genesis songs in quick successions here. Collins was a genius. Wait, he's still alive? No, right? Why are you saying was? He's alive? No? He's still alive. He's very much still alive, I was about to say. This song is also so good. He's old as fuck now. That's what happens to you when you... That's what happens with time. You will be old as fuck as well at some point. Music video is amazing too. Yeah. Oh, why is this guy not dying? Hello? Oh my god, that was not a good start to this wave. That was not a good start. I'm calling it at 50. I always say something similar. I don't know. Has anyone seen Midsommar? I think we should do it like them. I'm joking, by the way. Anyone seen Midsommar? Oh, God. Out. Ow. That shit was so cursed, yeah. Dude, if you think Midsommar is cursed, watch Hereditary. Other movie of the same director, Hereditary. That thing is amazing movie though. Like amazing movie though. That is an amazing movie. Okay. Wait, which wave is this? Like 13? Oh. 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 Disturbed did a good job on this song too. They covered this? Wait, did Disturbed become a cover band or something? Because The only Disturbed songs I know from the past few years are like The Sound of Silence and apparently this one. Did they become a cover band? They covered this in like 2005. Okay. Oh my god, the damage. The invulnerability the rares have for the first few seconds sometimes, that is the most dangerous modifier, I feel like. Otherwise they're just dead. Actually not a really good run here. Oh damn, Simulacrum is such a money hack. Cover of Sound of Silence was amazing, yeah. I saw like a live version of that. The singer from Disturbed has such a good voice. I never kind of realized with... I mean, it's kind of obvious because obviously like making the kind of music that Disturbed made takes a good voice as well, obviously, or it takes a like well-trained singer as well. But sometimes you forget how many of these types of singers have like a very, very good voice, like in general as well. Just like classically trained voices. Listen to Pilofia? Have you listened to Pilofia? I know them, we talked about that before, right? It's the very handsome guitarist. That's the one. Oh, Megalomaniac. Versatile arms and heavy blade and a divine orb. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was a...
Good morning.
That was a... And sail, yeah, and sail. What is this one? Level of all meat. Okay, this person is doing a... And a sail, damn, that was a big one. Yo, Olvadnar! Good morning. What's up? Okay, let's just fill up the quad tab. Let's go into the next Simulacrum. Damn. Yeah, versatile arms and heavy blade. What the fuck is heavy blade? Damage with swords? What? We don't have swords. What is that? What? Wait, this is actually a... Wait, is this on the passive tree? It is? Why? Bottom left? Okay, I can't find it. What am I selling? All weapons are on the passive tree already. See, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's probably... I mean, versatile arms is kinda... That's very good for the Thor build, by the way. That's very good for the Thor build. Just versatile arms. So... Versatile... arms. I mean... That's basically useless though. It was 2 div, not 2 in no. No, what you're talking about? 2 in no. Made me look though. Made me look though. Oh, you weren't trolling, okay. Oh, Jade Amulet, nice. Okay, another sim. Let's go. You going 3 arc for mapping or 2 arc plus elemental focus? For mapping, I am... My best suggestion for mapping is 1 arc, 1 spark. I think that's the best for mapping. For bossing, either 3 arcs with impetus energy retention or 2 arcs with elemental focus. That is basically the 3 options. I think for mapping you don't need 2 arcs. I think 1 arc, 1 spark is the best one for mapping. Because it's a little bit safer as well. So 1 arc, 1 spark with elemental focus for mapping. Yes, yes, yes. Exactly. What do you think about minion build? I'm not a big minion fan. I'm just personally like playstyle. Would you consider build fixing in the future? Unfortunately, no. We tried it before when the stream was much smaller. And it was already like very, very bad. Because it's such a hassle. Doing build fixing and stuff on stream is just incredibly bad for me. Because everything I'm doing, I'm just watching chat. Everyone has a different opinion. It's just, it's kind of the reason why I don't really like cooking up builds on stream as well. Because everyone is just like, it just clogs up my brain. Because everyone is just having, everyone has another opinion. Everyone's just, it's impossible for my brain to handle. That's why I mostly do like the build guide videos and stuff off stream as well. Because it's just, Rack has an opinion, Rack thinks it's gonna be ingenuity, then Ulfetnar here says, no, you need Mjolnir level 18 with this one, then clearly Regarded says like, nah, you need this one, or you need to put this support gem, no, this on the passive tree is wrong. It just, that is absolute, for my ADHD brain, that is impossible. I just, that just doesn't work. Doesn't work. Do it. Do it. Just make the worst build possible. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, see? That one I can do. That one I can do. Make the worst build possible? Easy. What is this song, by the way? I like The Cure, but not that one. I'm sorry. It feels like it felt like it was whispering in my ear. Game is so laggy. Slash clear. Do this. Slash clear. Into the chat. Slash clear. Do that. Game will be less laggy. This is a banger, yes. Ooh, ooh. Is it just laggy? I also got DC'd. Oh fuck, okay. Yeah, right. It puts the lotion on its skin. It does that or it gets the hose again. Dude, I love sticks. I love sticks, Murph. I love sticks. Boat on the River is one of my favorite songs of all time. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I said, yeah, man. Murph. Boat on the River is one of my favorite songs of all time. Wait, I lost all my flask charges. He said. What doneness do you eat your steaks at? I'm a medium rare person. I'm a medium rare person. I will have to say though, I like a good steak. I would always eat a good steak. I prefer burgers though. I prefer like burgers and stuff. I like steaks, but it's not like I'm saying to my wife, oh, let's please eat steak tonight, right? Does that make sense? But if I have a steak, it has to be medium rare. Even like probably even more on the little bloody side. My dad goes, well done with ketchup, and it triggers me. That's your dad, Lithium? Oh my god. Well done with ketchup. Oh my god. That's a crime. That's a crime. I just do I basically just do medium rare with like a little bit of like herb butter, like garlic butter. That is all I need. Medium rare, little bit bloody, little bit of garlic butter. You're so based. That's good, right? Horseradish sauce? Oh, also very good. Yeah. I'm with you. I like that as well. That is not bad. That is definitely better than ketchup. Base means you're cool. Perfect. I know. I'm just memeing. I'm not that old. I grew up with the internet, unfortunately. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm not gonna read that. Thank god I read that before reading that out loud. Oh my god. Oh my god. Queen of Filth, yeah. Do you prefer bubblegum pink or roast beef brown? Bubblegum pink. Can I request a banger? I mean, we're doing it, I guess. I guess we do. Let me say that we do song request for 11 minutes. What until it's 1 p.m. for me. But Merv gets a song request always. Almost level 98. You want to do those Untainteds? Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna plan a Untainted party basically. I don't know when though. I have so much on my plate. Okay, Rack, how do I need to do this? Dude, Psycho, yeah, of course. That is in this playlist, by the way, Rack. That is in this playlist that I'm playing right now. That is in here. But I will put it into the queue anyway. Okay, still loving you. Add to queue. Anything else? Linkin Park, Heavy is the Crown. I like that one. Dude, for Linkin Park, Heavy is the Crown, I watched the League of Legends World Finals or whatever that was. I think it was World Finals or something. Of last year. They played that live there. I got like goosebumps. Kashi inside. That was so good, right? Okay. Semisonic closing camp. We're gonna close. Gonna do a few more and then that is good. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. I've put like 10 songs in the queue now for me. Styx was such a good band. I said it earlier, I said it like 5 minutes ago, right? Old on the River is one of my favorite songs ever. Yeah, that was so like that was so good. When the like trophy came up. And she, the trophy came up in the moment of the like breakdown of the song, and it was heavy as the crowd. Or no, she was doing like the the long scream, and the trophy was like coming up from the ground. That was I'm not even that much into League anymore, but I still watched the World Finals obviously. So I got goosebumps. That was so insane. And I didn't even know Linkin Park was that song, to be honest. 7-hour playlist. Yeah, Rack, I still need to look into your other playlist that you sent me, I think. I'm a playlist connoisseur. Is CoC only viable with Blood Mage? I think it is. definitely more viable, because with mana, you're just losing all your mana instantly, and you can't get it back as easily as you can get back your life here. So I think, yes, I think it is definitely most viable. Is it only viable? Probably not. No. Health glow gives me panic attacks. Oh, don't worry. We have like 6,000 energy shield on top of that. Don't worry. But if you use 5 jewels with 2% mana on kill, that solves your mana problems when mapping, yes. But not on bosses. And that is the main thing. That solves your mana problem when you're killing a bunch of mobs, yeah, but not when you're trying to boss. Oh, you like it? Very, very much. I have 1000 critical damage bonus. The damage is absolutely insane now. It is very expensive to do it like this, so that is what I will say. But this is probably the highest damage you can get here. Punch boss then? Okay. Spark warrior, you think? Okay. Run, 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 run away. It's such a banger, yeah. It's talking heads, right? I'm not tripping. It's talking heads, right? Like overall talking heads is just so good. What is he called again? David Byrne? Byrne? Whatever it is. Absolute genius. Absolute genius. This area is too narrow, they should change this. Yeah, wave 10 is the least favorite wave of everyone. Wave 10 is the worst. Bernie Sanders? Ah, okay, that's the guy, yeah. Psycho killer. Eat the rich. Billionaires are psycho killers. Have you ever tried playing zoomed in? Yes. Can you please do a corrupt for me after the simulacrum? Yes, I can. I can, Semtra. After this, yeah? Few more waves. Like, I think 3 more waves with this one. Then I will go.
Good morning.
Oh, wait. Oh, God. This is... Why is this wave so rough? Oh, my God. Oh, God. That was not my favorite wave.
Good morning.
Okay, we need... far better. Focus... Squad... It's actually insane how much high tier rare stuff you get here. I think this is the best thing about this. Okay, next wave. Did you profit yesterday in yesterday's crafting stash? Ah! Yeah. I think so. Like a little bit. Is the ring sold? Not yet. That's why I'm hesitant about answering that. Because it hasn't sold yet. The potential profits were insane though, yes. Oh yeah, if the song you recommended is bad, by the way, you're banned. What jewel should I use with your Lich Chaos build? It is everything is listed in the mobalytics guide, Asteroid. You can see the jewel stat priority in the mobalytics guide. It is listed very, very thoroughly. Oh god, yeah, this I might be. These waves are fucking ridiculous. Why am I getting such bad simulacrums? Modifiers. Yo, Yoshi, what's up? Okay, yeah, that's right. If you go into my mobalytics, everything is listed in there. The jewel priorities, stat priorities, everything. You know, no need to worry. You will see, you will have everything. I put a lot of work into the mobalytics guides. Scorpion's nostalgia. Crit resistance. Ah, okay. Yo, Laika, what's up? Medieval OP feed? No. Laika, hello. Yeah, they're crit resistance. That's rough. They come very close. They come too close for comfort. That's what I'm gonna say here. They are getting too close for comfort. Okay. Easy though. Easy. What's up, my people? Okay. Okay, we have some Vaaling to do. I heard we have some Vaaling to do. Scorpion's finally done with the final tour. Yeah, they do like a final tour every year, right? Ready with the walls? Okay. I like that your name is Kazoo Enjoyer. Are you a savant on playing the kazoo? You're like, damn, the nice wings. Holy shit. Wait. Your MTX looks amazing. Yo, demonic. Demonic as fuck.
I need your clothes, your boots.
Yo, Laika with the gift. You saw someone in chat who isn't subbed? Wait, why is there exotic coinage? 10 coinage tip. Okay, let me put that in here. Nice. Okay. Let's make it nice. Let's make it nice. Is it 10 again? It's 10 again, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 10. 10 and various. Looking for high rarity, obviously. We are looking for high rarity on these. 90 plus is basically the best outcome. So 90 plus overall. That is what we want. So 10 and various. First one. Second one. That went up. That's not bad, actually. That's 70 with just minus 18. Next one. Ooh, these are going far better than the ones yesterday. 8 and 69. Nice. Okay, next one. Increased damage. Next one. 13 and 70, but minus 24 elemental. Oh, okay. Next one. Can we hit a plus 90? Can we hit a 90 rarity? Seems like we can't. Damn, those last two were off. Those last few were off. Ay. Better than yesterday, though. You're getting addicted to Vaaling stuff? I'm not addicted. You guys are addicted to Vaaling stuff. It's not me. It's not me. Okay. Now, Val, you want? At some point, I will. At some point, I will. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to bathroom real quick. And then some more simulacrums. Okay. We're back. Like, I love that. Oh, that's amazing. A little crazy, just a little, but yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Next is Sim. Oh yeah, I'm hyped for this song. Wait, what was the other one? There was another one on the same album of the new album that I loved. Let me see here. Was it the Emptiness Machine? I'm just gonna add 2 to the queue. I think it was Emptiness Machine. Maybe Two-Faced as well. I think Two-Faced could have been that. They are actually, like, Linkin Park is actually playing this year in the city that I live in a stadium here. The least expensive ticket is 250. So yeah, I would have loved to go there, not for 250 euros though. Up From the Bottom is my favorite. Yeah, the album is solid. Like, it's a very good album. Like, not regarding all the other left up stuff, just seeing it as its own entity, right? Without anything attached to it. I know we all miss Chester and stuff, but it's a good album. I said this before. I kind of wish they just called the band. I wish they called the band maybe not Linkin Park. Maybe they could have gone with like another band name or something. But I get it. It's like 90% Linkin Park, right? Yeah, unfortunately, the singer of Linkin Park died. Yes. 1 year after, on the same day actually as Chris Cornell as well. They were really good friends, and he did it on the same day as Chris Cornell, which is also like super, super sad. Are you playing Flicker Strike like her? Nice. Yo, Zeze, what's up? Hello. What's up? We're playing, we're doing some Simulacrum. Doing some Simulacrum. And after, I kind of think I'm gonna go for some Sekama. We're just doing all the classics today. Just doing all the classics today. %, now on 98. Second one Simulacrum sounds nice actually. Oh, you're 11% now on 98. Holy. That is so much work on 98. I haven't left less than 1% on 98 so far, I think. I don't think I've left this so far. This area here. It's tough, yeah. Just takes a while. Oh my god, who requested this? It's amazing. That goes into a playlist here. Yo, Panda, that is awesome. I added it to another playlist already. Loved your crafting session last night, by the way. Yeah, you watched the video, or? I will check it out, Panda. Yeah, I figured I upload the crafting session from yesterday to YouTube, since maybe some people were interested, and I thought it was just fun. I think every time me and Farmer do stuff together, it's just fun. It's just always very, very funny. Path of Exit 2 with the follow. Let me guess, you don't like the game. Oh yeah, with box. Sorry, I confused something there. Oh, yeah, I should post again since we're a lot of people here. I'm once again asking for for your support. I just uploaded the new build video on this version of the Blood Mage. It is probably going to be the final version of this build. So if you want to support me very, very quickly and very, very nicely, just a like on the video would be amazing, or even a comment. That would be even more. Unfortunately, YouTube algorithm really prefers stuff that gets liked and like commented. That's gonna be it though. I'm not gonna ask again. I'm not gonna back here. Thank you though. It's very, very noticeable most of the time when videos actually get likes and comments that YouTube starts to push them. If you didn't like the video, you can dislike as well. That's up to you. You're a free person. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. Try Vulcan. If everything seems like very, very bad in the current state, try Vulcan. I have heard from a lot of people so far that Vulcan works so much better for so many people. Yo, Number, what's up? Hello. Damn, it's already like 1 PM. Oh my. Wrong. What was the wrong about? About me saying Vulcan works for some people? What happened here? Oh, there we go. Did someone request this song because they want me to end stream? Because this is kind of like an end stream song, no? Closing time. Why is closing time playing? Yeah. Someone requested it. I forgot who. Already ringed the bell twice, like for 2 acts, commented 3 times, what's left ringing the bell to your house? Yeah. It's a great song. Yeah, it is. What, man? What? It makes you thinking of bar closing. Yeah, what was this thing called? It was Cheers, right? Cheers or something was the, like, TV show called, right? I'm having homemade pho again, but no more bone marrow. Damn. Dude, homemade... Oh, I would love some pho. That would be fucking amazing.
Good morning.
On the Spectrum 2024 or Mike. Damn. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. How am I? I'm amazing. I'm amazing. We watched the nice interview. I had like 1.5 hours of the easiest content ever because I just put a video on my screen and I could just do like general stuff while doing that. That is the best content ever. I might become a React streamer now, definitely. And now we're just in some Simulacrum. Plus Y is by... yeah, Rhino, right? I mean, this looks pretty similar, right? To what we had in 0.1. Oh god, this is so bad. This is the worst wave. If we make it through this, we're fine, I think. And looks like we are. Ah! Okay, we're fine. Level 90 to 96 in Sims, yeah. Oh god. Yes, it's T4? Yes. Who asked? I just succeeded the 15 waves with my blood mage. Big, nice number. That's amazing. Prime check, time of the day. Ooh, Kulo, you're actually the goat here. Prime check. I will have to say, I say it every day. A lot of people keep forgetting that they have their Prime available. And it's just sitting there. It is a travesty. Was actually a little bit iffy there. Only concern is swapping weapon with controllers. Sometimes it doesn't work and I die. Oh no. I kind of felt like weapon swap worked so well on controller. Which builds are using Defiance, by the way? Does someone know? Is that the, like the AFK Simulacrum farmer type thing? AFK Simubles? Okay. Yeah, I wanted maybe to build one of these. It's best on a Ritualist, right? Or a Lich, right? Ditch whirling spin to win builds? Okay. I've been watching your streams and video for days now. I really appreciate how honest and down to earth you are. Oh, thank you so much. Damn. I feel bad reading that because it feels like I'm glazing myself when I'm reading that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, I like your taste in music. Appreciate it. It's great. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Demi. Hey, chatter. Yeah. Oh, I need to add that. Wait. I need to add that. Wait. I need to add that. No, thank you so much, Demi. That means... That actually means a lot to me when... Like, that kind of stuff. I love that. Okay, I need to add paid chatter though. What is the good one here? Oh yeah, this one. Okay, it's added. You guys can make fun of me better. You can make fun of me now.
Clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
And like a gifting is up. That's awesome. Thank you, Laika. That's awesome. Pay chatter. Yeah, there we go. Wait, it's working, right? Is pay chatter working? Wait, is it working? Is it added? I don't see it. Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. I don't see it, but apparently it is working. Wait, I didn't start the wave. I was like, damn, this wave is easy. Oh! Okay, I need the bleed chime. That was bleed probably, right? I died with 4,000 energy shield. What a noob. Yeah. I need the bleed chime, I think. That was probably bleed, right? Because that's not supposed to happen. First thing I equipped, yeah. What is it called again? Sanguis? Okay, Sanguis. Oh yeah, makes sense. I meant this song, by the way. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I will use that one. Obviously. That is basically gonna... Because I probably only died because I got bleed damage, right? And it went past my energy shield. Because they don't really do... they don't really do poison, right? Damn, this wave is easy. Oh no. Yeah, that was bleed, probably. Oh yeah, I am bleeding actually. Oh no, I am actually bleeding. Oh no! Look at the top left. I was already bleeding. And then my life just went down. Yeah, I basically... I offed myself there. Oh, this song is so good. $5x. Probably gonna get spammed, this person. So we're not getting that one. Oh no. Damn, 5x. Let's go. Create consecrated ground on use. Okay. I mean, we don't need Fall of the Axe in Simulacrum anyway, so... You don't really need Fall of the Axe anyway. 2 bleeds a rip, yeah. We just need Stun Charm, we need Thawing Charm, and now Bleach Charm. I think that is all we need for the Simulacrum anyway. Okay, we learned something. It's pure dedication. Yeah, we have to commend everyone that is doing that. I still do it sometimes as well.
Remember this ramshackle place. You stood against so many summers and survived off. Sound beyond love as your limits.
I started his Temporalis chains map. Oh yeah, F's in chat for Rack. He went into a into a temporal chains maps. Yeah, 07 to Rack. I never did that. I never did that before, by the way. Never happened to me. Couldn't happen to me. See you in 2026. Yeah. I was wondering, Rack, especially because I think you were first in Farmer's chat. What do you think? How many more people would actually watch Farmer if he actually played good music? I think it's a decent chunk more. 50%? Yeah, I would say so. Because the music he plays is so ass. Holy shit. Like, sometimes there's a good hip-hop track among all the trash, but... Dude, all the Drake, all the Migos, all the... Oh my god. I can't do it. You didn't post the build you were using in the crafting video? What do you mean? The build I was using in the crafting video? That is this build here. That is this one. But what do you mean using in the craft? Like, I was on a character there. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm gonna head out first. Good stream as per usual. Panda, have a good one. See you soon. I went a bit stupid for my 6th Endgame child. This league got this weird stat stacking LS gambling with CoC, Ghost Wind Dancing, using Tango, Morio, and Black Sun. Holy, what? my brain exploded. I think he means Thor Titan. I posted that one as well. Every single build that I played so far and am playing is posted on my YouTube. Everything. Oh, and Trinity. Oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, last league we tried to go for the everything build with 1000 spirit and like 15 cast on criticals or something. That was the plan last league. We almost did it as well. Bro's playing everything, every build, yeah. I could not be able to play this game with the HP bar acting like music spectrum display. Like, yeah, my HP bar is a equalizer. It's an equalizer, basically. Sounds like my COS, Triple Herod, Elemental Conflux, Trinity, Glacial Lands, Deadeye. Dude, that sounds amazing. What do you mean? That sounds amazing. Tensor watching the HP bar? Yeah. It's the equalizer. Do you have plans on playing PoE 1? Probably not. I will probably stay on PoE 2. Most likely I will. We'll see though. I did it last time. Last PoE 1 league, I stayed on PoE 2 as well, so... Don't get me wrong, I love PoE 1, but I'm kind of committed to PoE 2. And if at the point when the PoE1 leak is coming, I'm actually like, I'm not enjoying my time playing PoE2 or whatever, or the league is like completely dead, I will definitely consider it. I will 100% consider it. But there's also, in June or July, there is a new Diablo 2 ladder reset coming. And I might play that. I might go for a ladder reset for Diablo 2. I've not missed a lot of them in my lifetime, and not planning maybe to miss that one. It depends a little bit on the state of PoE2 in that time. Yeah, I feel safer now with the bleed charm. That is basically the only thing that could have killed me here, I guess. And did you say what you mean, Blue? The Diablo 2 thing, the ladder reset? I think it is supposed to be end of June, beginning of July, I think, the Diablo 2 ladder reset. The most recent season for Diablo 2 is still running. Is confirmed you're crazy, welcome to the family? Yes. It was just a joke. Oh, okay, I didn't get it, sorry. Sorry. I didn't pick up on the joke there. Okay, drink. I haven't played D2 since I was 10 years old. Damn, you should. You should again then. Diablo 2 was the first computer game I ever played. It was the first game on a PC that I ever played. And I played it ever since I was like 12 years old up until PoE2. I love D2, but the farming is just too degenerate. Oh yeah, you don't love D2 then, what you mean? I get what you mean though, Lithium. HD single bark for the win? Nice. D2 remastered? Yeah, D2 remastered is awesome. Resurrected, you mean, right? I was so worried after Warcraft 3 Reforged and stuff. I was so worried about Diablo 2 Resurrected, and then they said, "Oh yeah, it's not Blizzard who is actually doing the Diablo 2 Remastered," and then I was happy. As soon as it's not Blizzard doing the remaster, it worked. Because they absolutely fucked up the Warcraft 3 Remaster, so. It's same for Oblivion as well. Like Bethesda isn't even doing the remaster for Oblivion, right? They sourced it out to another game studio. Blizzard and Diablo isn't good. I mean, Diablo 2 is one of the best games of all time. At least in my opinion, I guess. Two games that define my childhood, and those are Final Fantasy VII and Diablo 2. That is all I needed as a kid. No GTA. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Oh my god, so much GTA 1 and 2, yeah. It's kind of funny that the first GTA, GTA 1, was one of the first games I actually was exposed to. I had a neighbor back then. I had a neighbor that those were 3 brothers, and they had PCs, and they were playing GTA 1 and GTA 2, I think. And then yeah, Vice City was obviously the Vice City and San Andreas. I must have been like, I don't know, 13, 14, 15 or something. This one was close. What do you mean? So concerning old games, me and my friends created this fun activity. We make a list of games. Each person suggests 4 games. Then we spin the wheel, and well, there's some yucky stuff I got, like old Warhammer strategy game. Goddamn, I recently got Diablo 2. What build would you recommend so I could complete the game in one sitting, like fast? Paladin, Holy Fire Paladin. Holy Fire Paladin, probably the easiest build in Diablo 2 to complete campaign with. Holy Fire Paladin. Whenever I played a Paladin in a league reset or something, I always went with Holy Fire Paladin. Always. It's the best build in Diablo 2 for campaign and overall just easiness. Lag has definitely to do something with the chat. Yeah, PSA again, everyone that is playing right now, do /clear in your chat. It kind of fixes the lags for a while. Until Hell, yeah, true. I mean, everything until Hell, God of Thunder, right? Everything until Hell. I'm old enough to remember the original top-down GTA. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's the one I played. Yeah, Holy Fire Paladin. Very, very good. I'm gonna do covering energy shield. Why am I not recovering energy shield? Come on. Oh god, I'm so dead. Postal, if you remember that? Yeah, I played that too. Have you checked the new rune items in D2? Wait, new rune items? What? New stuff in PoE2? In D2? What do you mean? There's new stuff in Diablo 2? What? %5 life debuff? Don't take it. Shouldn't take that one. A new patch? Okay, I will check it out. Thank you for letting me know. I will check that out. That is interesting. That they're adding stuff to Resurrected. Let's hope they remove the mosaic sin. Sink or Swim was first released on the MS-DOS platform. Oh god. Old. Dude, these waves are fucking nuts. What's happening? Oh my god. Oh my god. These waves. From the top rope. Good morning, is Delirium paying well on the farm? Yeah, Delirium is very good. T4 Simulacrum is a very good farm. If you can successfully do it, very good. This build is amazing. It helped craft a pretty mid-tier breach ring with box. Favorite comment. Best comment. Not Vaaling the wand is crazy. Oh, you guys. Good comments. Wonder who commented about the Vaaling wand? Yeah, I wonder who that was. Monka, Yo, good morning. That name. Good morning, Socketable. You only have this name to get streamers to say your name, right?
Good morning.
Thank you for the follow, Socketable. Apparently Barber's dead. Oh no. Oh no.
Good morning.
Okay, let me post my Twitch into YouTube. Everyone watching on YouTube, you can also watch on Twitch. We are far more people in here.
Good morning.
Chat is a little bit more live. Come join us on Twitch. Yo, Rozo and Arian as well with the follows. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just hit like 5,000 followers the other day. Already at 5,200 now. Let's go. That's huge. Okay. Another Simulacrum, or do we go into Sekima?
Good morning.
That is a good question. I know. I think some Simulacrum. Until I die again in Simulacrum. We do Simulacrums until I die in one. I think that's a good plan. See? You can't decide. What is the budget for this Blood Mage build? For the build, the budget can be anything. What I'm wearing right now on gear is very, very expensive. More than a mirror, but you don't need that gear. Stride of Chaos still good for money? Yes. I mean, yes. It's just boring. Why do people even watch from YouTube? I heard Asmongold did contract with Elon Musk to start streaming using Twitter. Oh god, what? YouTube is fine to watch. I just like Twitch is better for your engagement for me. Are you losing XP if you die in Sim? No, you don't. You don't gain XP, you don't lose XP.
Good morning.
Less boring than Sekimas, you think? Oh, damn. Hi, Rabbit, giving up on my Smith of Kitava because melee doesn't feel fun trying to get the last NC points. Any recommendation for fast leveler, good endgame build? Fast leveler, Rake Stomping Ground with a spear. Good endgame build? Pick any. There's not just LS. There's not just Lightning Spear. There's so many. Spark Blood Mage here, obviously. Glacial Lance, Whirling Slash, Spiral Volley. There are so many. Lightning Arrow. Depends a little bit on what you deem to be a playstyle, right? Market now work good or no? Yes. What? Go and switch your list. Oh yeah, what I really like if you're on a warrior, try the Wind Dancer Titan from Kalturak. That one looks fucking amazing. Just not doing anything, just running and killing everything when they hit you, and just Wind Dancer Titan. That is my flavor of the week right now, I think. Galvanic Shards Mercenary? I haven't. Is it good? I love how people keep saying there's no build variety. We just mentioned like 10 builds here. And there's more because people like chat is mentioning even more builds now. So no build variety, by the way. Like last week it was pretty fun. Okay. He has a caster brain. Don't take notes on melee charge. That's true. I'm currently leveling a Titan to try Caltorex build. Yeah, I can tell you it's amazing. It's amazing. Don't play. Why are you yelling in every single match? Is your caps lock broken, my good sir? No players now effect to market. What is the question? What the fuck is the question? Please help me. Low players now effect to market. What? I build with negative lightning resist and the Doyani chest. Ooh. Interesting. The Wind Dancer is very expensive, actually, because of the maces. What makes the Wind Dancer Titan so expensive? What makes that one so expensive? Is it the two-hand maces? Or I kind of thought that one is not that expensive. Vertex 15 divs. I have to be honest here. I know for me it's a little bit different, but I feel like 15 divs almost like 2 months into a league is not that expensive. The helmet mostly. The Vertex went up to 15 div? Is this person coming? What am I selling? Grand Project.
Good morning.
Yo, Creepy Jack, thank you, welcome. How much is the Vertex with Spirit now then? Oh god, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I have one. I have one still. Oh, the plus level jewel from Wind Dancer. What is that? What does that cost? Let's check Vertex first. Vertex was like 1 div, by the way. Rack. So that means I'm listing mine for a mirror now, right? What do we want to see? Prism of Belief, right? Yeah, okay. Prism of Belief's obviously expensive. 2 mirrors minimum, yeah. I dictate the market price now, right? Oh shit, can I leave during a simulacrum? Fuck. Oh fuck. I can, okay. Never mind. I was about to list my Vertex for 2 mirrors. I know you don't use fast metabolism, but can you ask chat if anyone else feels like sometimes on login it just isn't working? Seems like after I die it's good again? That's a good question. Maybe someone... And let me... Need to do something real quick. What is this? Let me quickly. I need to check something real quick. Sorry. Oh god, it's playing again. Because it's in the playlist. Sorry, Rek, for skipping that, but we already had it. Fuck, I need to check something on my phone real quick. Give me 1 second. No, wait. Okay. Dude. My phone is messing with me. Was kind of expecting you to change it. Yeah, 2 in a row. Okay, done. Perfect. Let's go. Next wave. Can you give me pop? If you want the pop for the build here, exclamation mark ninja. You can convert it into a pop. That is the best way. I knew it. Damn, you took a lot of effort into that. I would like to buy you the Vertex tribal mask. Fake Twitch stream. Oh my god. Why is there a cat on the left of your screen? What do you mean? What cat? Where your life is? I don't see a cat. Here? Yeah? Anyone else? On your health bar, dummy? I don't see anyone else seeing this? I don't see a cat. That's Rabbit's face cam. There's no cat, you guys are crazy? Yeah. I can't see it. Yeah, I don't see it as well. I don't know what you mean. Yes, there's a cat. It's spinning? Damn, you're going crazy. Now you're saying it's spinning as well. What? What are you saying? Why would there be a spinning cat? Damn. A newest YouTube comment. This is everything wrong with PoE at the moment. Ay. Mage. Too much wines? Too much wine? Guys, cats don't spin. Stop with the nonsense. Yeah, thank you. Finally someone with some... Oh damn, I lost all my... What the fuck? Did I lose my energy shield for? Well, Alk spin is not active. Oh god. I'm missing so many good emotes. And there's a div orb on your mana boy. Oh, I see that. That one I see. That one I can see. See, you troll me all the time, so I can do it back, right? What mana? Yeah, true. We're not using mana. No, why is there a cat on my life bar? It's protecting my life. Before it was the mana cat. It was in charge of refilling our mana, but now it's actually in charge of protecting our life. So that is the purpose. Thanks for the crafting build. I was able to use 2 mirrors to... Wow. Damn. Is that ruin your life bar? Yes. I used 2 mirrors to craft a 100 div item. Is this HD? No. Hello? Is the wave over? Oh, now it is. Hi, Dead Rabbit. Best Lightning Spear class, Deadeye or Huntress? Probably Deadeye. Is this full HD? Yes. It is, right? 60 FPS. Is this a Blood Mage Spark? Yes. Deadeye 1000%? Okay. Yeah. 1000. Why? I don't get how why I'm losing my energy shield sometimes. This is the Delirium boss. What we're doing right now is the Delirium boss. Spark Blood Mage and Blood Mage Bleed, which one easier to build? I haven't played Bleed, so I don't know. Haven't played Bleed. Bleed is so much easier to build? Okay. See? There's your answer. Cheaper and better. Wow. Wow, Nietzsche. Wow, actually banned. What do you mean better? Yeah, because it's Lightning Spear. Because it's basically Lightning Spear on mapping. Right? Yeah, I'm not heavily attached to my opinion here. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm not paying enough attention for a Simulacrum T4. Not paying enough attention. Oh my god. I might actually... I'm so dead. Am I though? Am I dead? I'm not dead. Oh my god. Ooh, and I get a divine as a nice little bonus.
Good morning.
Easier to boss? How can it be easier than this one? It literally kills in seconds. No? Isn't boss easy on both of them? Because you don't really have to boss because you just touch the boss once and it's dead? Oh. I don't know why Simulacrum seems kind of hard today. We might need to do the AFK build. Ow! Oh my god. What is this? What is this fucking damage? Ah! Ah! Ah, where am I going? Oh my god. What the fuck am I doing? Ah! Okay. Oh my god. What the fuck? Dude, why do they do this fucking top rope attack? How can anyone... Okay, we're getting our energy shield back. We stopped dodge rolling for some reason. Ah! He's throwing the axe. Oh no. Yeah, we're good. We're good. That was not worth all the stress. I've been looking for a Simu-only build. I tried the AFK rituals for a while, but it just wasn't it. Even after pumping like 2... Wait, it didn't work for... I thought it is, like, immortal, no? Did you finish it? Yes. I thought the AFK, like, Simulacrum ritualist is just, like, immortal. How did it not work out? Can you show currency, please? What does that tell you? What? Why would you need to see currency? What? Like how much they have? Like 20 or something currently? But what does that tell you? Wagwan, yo, please, what's up? Match the perfect number, then you are immortal. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might try that. I might want to try. I wanna go into Simulacrum farming. I want to fight the perfect Simulacrum build. Poison Burst Pathfinder. Yo, that sounds amazing. What is that? See? Apparently there's no build variety. I've never heard of that, and apparently it's good. Poison Burst Pathfinder. Simulacrum feels kind of meh until it doesn't. I think overall Simulacrum is pretty good payoff, but gets old after a while because you basically just stay in the same. It's a bugged build, okay. Infinite copy. Okay. And then it's all interesting for me. It sounded very good. But if it's just a bugged interaction, then it's probably dead soon anyway, so. Wind Dancer build then? Wait, Wind Dancer is good for Simulacrum? The Wind Dancer one?
Good morning.
Does that work here? I have not seen Caltorek or anyone do a Simulacrum with the Wind Dancer Reflect build. Did tier 3 very easily. Yeah, and T4. Die to T4, okay. Will you bless my robe? Of course. You need an Exalt Slam to hit 60 Spirit. Oh, God. I can't kiss it right now. Okay. Smoochy. Okay. Do it. This works. So close. Wait, you actually hit Spirit? 33? Oh no. People that play Blood Mage got an impressive self-control without that ultra low life scenario. I mean, yeah. I mean, Energy Shield is there, right? We still have our Energy Shield. So we're supposed to roll 69, yeah. Fortunately, it can't. $830 ES with Spirit. Oh god. Yeah, that would have been... Yes, it's a real life in this game. Regular life is just a backlink defense. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's the song from The Charmed, right? I don't know what Charmed is, but this is The Smiths. It's a very nice song. It's from The Charmed. Oh wait, is that like the that was a TV show, right? I don't think I ever watched that, so I don't know. TV series about witches. Yeah, I thought about. Yeah, okay, that one. Shannon Doherty in her prime. Okay. Alyssa Milano. I've heard that before. Okay, that name I heard before. Rip Shannon. Oh no. She die? Yeah, I need to check it. Shannon Doherty. I think I remember her. Oh, yeah, that was a while ago though. Was that 90s or something? Oh, she had Crons. Oh, damn. Are you using 3 arcs on critical even when map clearing? No, no. I said this in the mobalytics. No, let me actually check here. Before I say something wrong here. Like in the mobalytics, the CDB version here. Oh yeah, I should specify here. Yeah, I should specify. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. This is important to mention. For mapping, use one arc, one spark, and add elemental focus. Because this setup here for mapping is you lose too much life. Oh wait, I put it on this version. Put it on this version. Yeah, I added to both of them. Thank you for letting me know. This is better for mapping. For mapping, you should use one arc, one spark. Because you lose too much life with the arcs when mapping. Two trades, 75D and 125 in the last 3 minutes with people who cancel and leave. Yeah. Oh god. Feels bad. Okay, never mind. Wait, they came back? Ah, okay. Damn. Let's go. Big sales. You just need to complain sometimes and then some stuff happens. That's the secret. Every time I swap gems, my frames drop to 15 on the skill. May only happens when on the blood witch happen. Ugh. Yeah, no idea though, unfortunately. Conductivity on blasphemy would be nice for this build. We ignore lightning resistance, Semtra. We don't need anything that reduces lightning resistance on enemies because we ignore them anyway. Weird as hell. Yeah, sounds. Oh, fuck. Have you considered a totem build? No. I mean, I kind of played a totem build before with what is it called again? What was the totem called for the Chaos Lich? Dark Effigy? That's the totem, right? But these fucking jump attacks are the worst thing ever. Oh god. How much does it build cost to be comfortable at mapping? Not a lot. To be comfortable with mapping, you don't need to spend much on this build. In maps, super easy. Nice +4 wand, like a... Oh god, what's happening? What is happening right now? Did they rebuff Simulacrum or something? What is happening here? Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy. New update? What did you post here?
Good morning.
The AI edits. The AI edits. Let's talk about PoE 1. Where can I get the Life Remnant gem? It's not a gem. It's the Blood Mage Ascendancy. You get that one through Blood Mage Ascendancy. That is not a gem. Reload the spirit and the suffixes a bit on that viral rope. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, that's not the worst. That's probably a few bugs. Right future ahead? Yes. Positivity. Which wave is this? What wave was this? 14? What time is it in Asia? I mean, depends where in Asia, dude. Another sale? Oh, I need to need to reset my stash tab as well. Okay.
Keep your precious sanity, my agent of chaos. You shall serve me whether you like.
Hey, are you using Ingenuity? How come it didn't make your Nested Charm go to 0? Because I'm using an Ingenuity with increased charm charges gained and reduced charm charges used. It has to have these stats to not delete your Nested Charm. It has to look like this. I only learned this yesterday as well. I made the same mistake. Okay, I need to reset my tab here. Any news about the new league start in PoE2? Beginning of August. New league for PoE2 is beginning of August. Okay. Was I confirmed in the interview? Yes. For mapping, is Headhunter still better than Ingenuity? Depends. Depends. Yeah, I would say so. Headhunter is amazing for mapping. Ask Prada about the build for Simu? Oh, yeah. That's true. Prada's build is insane, right? Other build is insane, right? Anguish build to work efficiently, invested about 100 diffs. Chernobog made a huge difference? Oh, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's check something. Okay, I'll be right back. Quick bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Yo, Sugarcane, what's up? Hello, hello. I'm using your build. I have 100% crit, but a little under 600 crit damage. Do you recommend anything? No, you're on your way. You're gonna get there. Basically, getting more crit basically means you're also getting more crit damage bonus. So just keep upgrading on both of these. If you get more crit, you can you can take crit away on the passive tree or on some jewels or anything, and then you can get more crit bonus. How do you change the sanity when you already have 3? You have to do the trial again. Up until the point that would give you the points, right? So if you have the full 4 points, you have to do the full full trial. Speaking of trials, let's do I have some vases left. Let's do some Sekemas. Let's do some Sekemas. Let's see what we've gotten here, though. I need to do recomp stuff. There's so much recomp action we can do here. There's so much stuff. I don't want to do it now. Okay. Yap is a free. Yap is free. Slam a wall. What can we slam? What can we slam? What's up, farmer? Hello, hello, hello. We're thinking about second miles for me shorting the shit after completed. Yeah. The jewels are the biggest problem. What the fuck, streamer client guys here? Yeah. Wait, who made you VIP farmer? What the fuck? Why are you? Where's your? You don't even have the. You don't even have the channel badge. What's happening? Where's your Thor build? It's here. In my left nut. Damn. You got him. Scamp my hammer? No, I'm using it. I'm using it. I'm using it. I'm actually using it. Thor? Yeah. Should we do a quick map on the Thor build to for anyone that hasn't seen it so far? Do I have a good map? Where's my VIP rabbit? Wait, how do you do that? I couldn't have gotten it to you. I think, farmer, you hacked my account and gave yourself a VIP, right? Unable to add what? Unable to. Okay. Twitch. Okay. We do. What is the map? Oh yeah, we do a savannah. That's the one we do. I was gonna buy that cooked plus all spells choir. Finally got all the currency and he goes offline. Oh no! Homie, give me your VIP. Why unable? Unable, it says. Okay, yeah, Thor build. Is this blink or something? It's lightning warp. Wait, where's? Oh, okay, there he is. Don't bother, your toaster cannot handle. Oh, you're not. You don't know. You don't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Why no charms? I have them on my other character, I think. No specific reason. I think I'm using them on the other character. He bought a new PC? Yeah, he did. Farmer has the new PC now. New PC smell. I forgot how fun this build is. And I forgot how fun this build is. Are you smelling each other for? What the fuck? After scamming everyone's priming got a new PC. What build is that? It's a Mjolnir. Oh, damn, Tangle Song. It's a Mjolnir based Titan build. It's on my YouTube as well, and on my mobalytics as well. Hey, we got a Tangle Tongue. Pretend using hammer. Shaking my head, my head. What the fuck is that? Shaking my head, my head? What is that supposed to mean? 11%. Wow. What a tangle. What a tangle. It connect to, I think, are you, guys, I think Farmer is having a stroke or something. He's just
Good morning.
He's just doing like phrases. Like an AI program. He's just yelling stuff into the night. It connect!
I'll be back.
Demonis! Thank you for the prime. Prime checked. Valia Ami? Why this amulet? Why? It's not even that good. Ugh. Oh, see, this one and a good one. Damn. Val armor then. It's Vald already. Are you thirsty for blood? Are you just thirsty for blood? Val child? I don't have a child. What could we do? Wait, what could we do? Let's actually vol something so farmer can be happy. Let's actually vol something. Let's buy something I can vol. What do we have? Oh fuck, I have a Defiance of Destiny. That's too much. That's too much. That's too much. We can do like a Vertex or something. We can do a Vertex. I think that's a good one. Right? Farmer wants blood. Low cold res. Chaos res. Farmer wants blood. Imagine we hit spirit now though. Imagine we hit the spirit. There's literally none on the market right now with spirit. So no Vertex on the market with spirit. Where does this drop? Everywhere. It's a random drop. I should just sell mine then, right? You had corrupted? No? Okay, wait. Oh, there's two now. Okay, wait. Did I do this earlier as well? One for 40, one for 80. Damn, this one has 30 spirit. Minus 29. I'm disappointed in you. It's farthest away, not at your parents' place. I don't think you want to know the answer. I don't think you want to know the answer to that one. Okay, 2 Vertex with Spirit on the market, so that means we hit it, right?
Good morning.
You can be my daddy? Okay. Would that include that you're... not say daddy anymore. It's just, it already feels weird to say. Okay, quality is on there. Quality is on there. We just need a corruption omen. Is Farmer just gone now? He just asked for blood and now he's gone, right? Currency, what the fuck? Corruption. As per usual, yeah. If he's not here anymore, I'm not Vaaling shit. Guy just paid me. Oh, there he is. It's been 96 years. I mean, oh, wow. It's never gonna stop with your chat being hate watchers, Farmer. It's never gonna stop if you're the biggest hate watcher yourself. You're the biggest hate watcher yourself. Okay, Vertex. Vertex. Do we get the spirit? I think we do. We didn't. Are you happy now? Look how happy he is. Oh my god, he's... Wait, did we actually not lose anything on this one? Wait, is it basically free to Vaal them? Wait, is it basically free to Vaal them? Yeah. Like the uncorrupted ones? I could just resell it for 10 div. So I can just sell it now? For 10? The same price I paid? Lost 5% crit chance. Yes, I know. Holy shit, we got the emote, yeah. Oh my god, there's another emote. Oh my god. Actual farmer emotes. Oh my god. Yeah. Actual emotes. You didn't PR? That's why it didn't hit. I say bang though. You don't do PR when you hit, no? Oh, Farmer, by the way, the ring hasn't sold, by the way. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Yo, NK! Oh my god. Let's go! Now, especially, yeah, now, yeah, you can be my daddy now.
I'm gonna deck your halls, bub.
Rabbit is better than Farmer, period. You heard that? You heard that? Thank you so much, NK. Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you so much for the 5 gifties. Better at dying at Sakamas. What do you say about this though? The ring hasn't sold. I feel like it was an actual ruse yesterday to make me lose more. Oh my god, and what? No, it's open, say. We have to watch it.
I'm gonna deck your halls, bub.
Yo, another 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Oh my god. What are you doing? Oh my god. Where feels to go? Let me over.
I'm gonna deck your halls, bub.
Dude, NK, thank you so much. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Another 10? That makes it 20 now. Oh my god. What the fuck? Has gifted 56 overall in the channel. What the hell? Oh my god. That's insane. Thank you so much. That takes us to 25 subs on the day. That's ridiculous. Is it because I said you can be my daddy now? Farmer, the comments on the video from yesterday were insane. Oh. What the fuck? Guys. What?
I'm gonna deck your halls.
I don't know what to say. Like,
Good morning.
thank you so much. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Leica. Choo choo, yeah. Level 7 hype train. What the fuck? I just saw that. What the hell? Why did we start gifting after I subbed? Yeah, that's how it works. I have your prime, right? I have your prime, farmer, right? Sasuke, absolutely. I do have your prime, right? Okay, let's do another simulacrum
morning.
actually. Let's do one more simulacrum. So farmer can laugh at us when we die. Thank you so much again, NK, Leica. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That's insane. It's the song? Yes. It's very good. It's so long as well. How? Like 8 minutes. Oh yeah. I was like, wait. It's Stairway to Heaven. Fuck. I sugar babe. Oh, I'll yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, yeah, pull out the measuring tape. You ain't 5'11", bro. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Where did that come from? What? Yo, Walk. What's up? What is up? What? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting called out all of a sudden. Anyone below 6'4" shouldn't talk. I mean, what is 5'11" in centimeters? 5 feet 11 inches in cm. Yeah, I'm not 5'11". You were talking about dying in Delhi? Ah. I know you were joking. It's just, yeah, it's all good. I know you were memeing. 180. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm pretty short. 199. Oh damn, one centimeter off. 1 centimeter off of basketball glory. Dude, what is this hype chain animation here? What the fuck is this? It's like emotes dancing and stuff. We're talking height all this time? Where? Oh god. Just sleep till now? I'm fucking dead. What happened? So I shouldn't talk anymore? No, you can talk all the time. I shouldn't talk as well by that magic. 6'4" is fucking huge, no? Did you see how no, I didn't ignore it. I said I can I will gladly I'll gladly be anything. Sugar Babes is an amazing band. They have a really nice song called Overload. I like that one. 5'10", 5'11" is average for men in America, is it? Oh damn. What? That's huge. I'm very short then. The me being Asian conspiracy just keeps on going, right? Some people still like mention that. You will admit it someday. Yes.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Even short for a woman, 5'3.5". I have no idea what 5'3", 5'4", whatever that is. I have no idea. What the fuck is a kilometer? I only do metric system. Is that match? No, I don't. Google's? Yeah, I'm doing something right now. I earned a hype chest. Let's go. 160. Yeah, my wife is 160, I think, as well. Like maybe even shorter.
Good morning.
Not the only one.
Good morning.
Peloton centimeter, please. Yeah. Yeah, 160 apparently. Centimeters, please. What the fuck is a mile? What is an inch? What is a gallon? Oh my god. Screams and magic, yeah. Do you think double Lazuli ring is kind of worth no matter what if the other ring is not needed for any res? Yeah, I think so. If you don't need res, if you're fine on res like me here, and you don't need the res on the ring slot, it's insane. This ring gives us so much. It gives us so much. It's insane. We save so many points on the passive tree and on jewels because we get so much critical hit chance. And we get chaos res as well, which gives me like just enough chaos res to go to 75 here. It's absolutely worth. What I would say is, when you're mapping, I would probably go for 2 high rarity rings because you don't really need the damage for mapping. And you can just go with 2 rings with like 40 plus rarity or something. That could be good for mapping. Oh, it's lagging. Huh? Wait. I didn't use convalescence. Why is my convalescence gone? What the fuck? I'm so okay. Thank God. Oh my god, that could have been bad. Why was my convalescence gone? You want to check out my cold CoC Blood Mage build? It's pretty fun. Yeah, link it. Link it. Dude, my energy shield just vanishes. Mjolnir regular boss good work if full what? What? Mjolnir regular boss good work if full party or single only? I'm trying to decipher what the question is. God damn it, some people are... Europeans are gods then? Yeah, obviously. Mjolnir build work on regular bosses good work. Mjolnir is not that good with single target, no. Single target not that good. Mapping very good though. Dude. Watching Boss Match Jack 5-hour video because of you makes me want to wall everything. Dude, this guy invited me, by the way, because he was so impatient. And now oh god. Come on. Thank you. You watched the 5-hour Boss Match Jack doc? Yeah. Everyone needs to watch that, so I don't feel left out when I use the Bossman Jack-isms. Like, I lost it all. We're so back. I lost it all. And I avoid boss mapping? No, map bosses are fine. Map bosses are fine. Wanna do the honors? Yeah. After the sim, okay? Already went out. Once. Yeah, map bosses are fine on the build. Map bosses are absolutely fine. You just place your totems and then it's good. Work with full party. I haven't tested it. I have not tested it myself. Yeah, Fava, have you watched the full doc so far? Isn't it? It's crazy, right? Oh god. You want to test with Aura Bot? That's not gonna work. The build is not gonna be good for party play because you're just zooming around. No one is gonna be able to follow you. For Aura Bot, okay. Okay, 3 more waves. Oh god, oh no. What a bad start. Oh god, what a bad... Yeah, okay, never mind. Okay, quick, what did I just do there? Why did I do that? Retro music kick today? Yes, we are. Gotta switch it up sometimes. Okay, we Vaal Rax body armor. And then I'm gonna eat something. I'm gonna get some quick food after this. Okay. Ooh. Dual-res, int, 60 spirit, 800 energy shield. I'm doing the honors. I am doing the honors. 3, 2, 1, bang, see, easy. Easy. Easy, I just do these. Very, very easily. It's free. It's free. It's easy. Oh, dude. This wall was just free, apparently. Didn't we buy the vertex for 10 div? And we walled it and now we just resell it for 10 div? How is that possible? That was a free wall. We kind of scammed farmer there. As long as it's not Mjolnir, yeah. As long as it is not Mjolnir, I'm fine, kinda. Nice. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it is. It is beautiful. Okay. That is actually going to be it for today. Today is a little bit of a shorter stream because I have so much video editing to do. And also I need to add some stuff to the mobalytics again. Today is going to be a little bit shorter. But tomorrow we shall be back with another one. With the usual stream length. Yes, I think I streamed yesterday for 10 and the other day for 10. So today we need a little bit of a lesser one so I can do some video stuff. I need to do a lot of video editing. I need to prepare some stuff for mobalytics and stuff. So we are gonna call it here today. Let me actually see Let me actually see who's in the category here. Guy locked in. Nice. Wait, are you gonna play Spark Blood Mage or? We're gonna raid my favorite person ever. Catch you tomorrow. Thank you. See ya, Sugar Babe. Yeah. Thank you again. NK, dude. Thank you so much. Insane. Leica, as always. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. It means so much. I am obviously it helps so much. The support is just amazing. I've been streaming for a few months now. We just keep growing. If it just keeps going like this, I will actually be able to pay my bills with streaming at some point. And then it means I can do this like actually full time, and we can have this every single day. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your support, everyone. That's always so appreciated. Thank you everyone else who was here as well. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. If you're new here, I stream every single day. Around the same time. I start my stream at 9 a.m. CET. So if you want to come back, follow the stream. We see you on the next one. Love you all so much. See you. Bye.
Good morning.